Sayyidati, Sadati, Assalamu alaikum. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. My name is Muhammad Al-Torki and I'm going to be your host. I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome you all to Envision. We have a fantastic program planned for everyone here today, filled with insightful presentations, fireside chats, and of course, panel discussions by the leaders in our industry. We're going to be talking about a wide array of topics, including artificial intelligence, digital resiliency, sustainability, cybersecurity, and much more. I'm pretty sure you're all intrigued and looking forward to the start of our event, but before we begin with the proceedings, I would like to take this opportunity to thank some of our excellencies and honorable guests for taking the time to be here with us today. Thank you to Her Excellency Sarah Al-Amiri, the Minister of State for Public Education and Advanced Technology at the Ministry of Industry and Advanced Technology. Thank you to His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Al-Kuwaiti, Head of Cybersecurity of the UAE government. And we're also excited to host our special guest, Martin Eberhard, the founder and original chairman and CEO of Tesla. And of course, finally, thank you to all of our partners who've contributed enormously to today's success of the event. Now, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's get right into it. And now I would like to introduce the CEO of DO, Mr. Fahd Al-Asawi.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Envision, DO's new tech platform endorsed by the Ministry of Industry and Advanced Technology, which celebrates the power of partnerships, collaboration, and commitment to explore uncharted territories. I would like to thank Her Excellency Sarah Al-Amiri for honoring us today on this special occasion. Today we stand at a crossroad where ICT has the power to bring transformative change to every aspect of our society. As we gather here with distinguished guests, esteemed industry leaders and partners, we are reminded of the UAE's strong commitment to technological innovation, harnessing the power of partnerships and innovation for a brighter future. DO at the forefront of this transformation, as a trusted technology partner paving the way for a better future. As the UAE embarks on its journey of economic diversification, smart manufacturing has emerged as the core of sustainable industrial development, with an aim to stimulate industrial GDP contribution to a staggering 300 billion dirhams by 2031. By leveraging DO Tech event as a catalyst for change, the UAE will continue on the path of unparalleled potential and growth, further establishing itself as a global leader in this field. That said, DO's vision for the nation goes beyond manufacturing. The UAE sights are set on pioneering new frontiers in sustainability, propelling architect to soaring heights and creating smart cities. The potential of smart cities is immense, with the global smart cities market projected to grow to more than $850 billion by 2026. The UAE is already making significant strides in this area, with Abu Dhabi and Dubai ranking in the world's top 50 smart cities and are recognized as the smartest cities in the Middle East and North Africa region. ICT serves as a game-changing tool for companies to foster efficiency, connectivity, and sustainability while driving positive impacts on the environment and the society. But solutions are not mere aspirations. They are the enablers to propel the UAE beyond the horizon of potential. As a champion of ICT, DO proudly embraces the call to transform the future with innovative technologies and solutions for a brighter tomorrow. DO's tech event, Envision, is a proof of this commitment, uniting the public and the private sectors to herald an era of convergence and collaboration. Envision serves not only as an opportunity to interact, but a medium for like-minded partners to come together, pool their resources, and chart a new path for innovation. United in purpose and unwavering in our resolve, we have the confidence to redefine the role of ICT, set unparalleled benchmarks, and drive business across the UAE toward greater success. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that ambitious welcome address, Mr. Al-Hassawi. Ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to invite Her Excellency Sarah Al-Amiri, the Minister of State for Public Education and Advanced Technology at the Ministry of Industry and Advanced Technology, to the stage for the keynote address.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you first to DO for organizing this visionary Envision conference that brings together cutting-edge technologies and links ICT to adoption across new industries. The United Arab Emirates has built one of the most advanced and robust digital infrastructures in the world. We are the highest-ranked Arab country in the UN Frontier Technology Readiness Index, with 13th globally in the IMD World Digital Competitiveness Ranking. These indices show how the UAE is emerging as a global hub for technology, innovation, and potential for growth for the fourth industrial revolution. During the last few years, the country's resilient ICT infrastructure, our backbone, enabled the economy to pivot, empowering businesses to evolve to the new reality. We saw clearly how the UAE's digital prowess enabled the country to overcome challenges around the economy, healthcare, and enable key supply chains. It also became a key driver for technology transformation across our key industrial sectors. And it is with those technology players like DO that we were able to overcome key challenges. I would like to begin by congratulating DO on this exclusive event showcasing the latest Industry 4.0 solutions on working on what we call the new ecosystem mindset of transforming businesses, working across sectors to be able to deploy key technologies within industries to be able to transform them. In recent years, we have seen a rapid pace of technology advancement, promising a significant transformation in the global production paradigm. Industry 4.0 represents a new era in manufacturing where we can produce more with less, and where we can decouple growth from increased emissions, and where we can elevate our workforce from redundant process-based tasks to carry out new productivity-enhancing jobs, increasing the impact on the economy. This inaugural technology event reflects how DO has become one of the ministry's main strategic partners in transforming national industries, empowering SMEs, and driving digitization. By providing the UAE with much of the essential digital infrastructure it needs as a nation, DO is helping to make the Emirates' industrial transformation an inclusive journey. It is a journey of increasing productivity, boosting competitiveness, and enhancing sustainability in line with our national efforts to build a more diverse economy. Driving this journey is Operation 300 Billion, which works towards doubling the contribution of industry in our economy. And under this industrial strategy, we launched a technology transformation program, which aims to accelerate the pace of technological transformation across our key industrial sectors and help turn the country into a global hub for fourth IR technologies by enabling experimentation, providing financial incentives, and building capability and capacity across key industries. Only with technology adoption are we able to unlock the potential of key industrial sectors and drive the necessary change and impact of outcomes that we have to see across our economy. We also developed the Industrial Technology Transformation Index, the ITTI, our flagship program, which enables manufacturers to effectively utilize digital tools as well as embed best-in-class sustainability practices. We all know here technologies are tools that could remain redundant until we know exactly where to deploy them across the production process to create the necessary impact. It is with partners such as DO that the ITTI unlocks this potential in key industrial players, driving the necessary change so that we understand how and when to use technologies in key industries and what is required to unlock that potential. Ladies and gentlemen, Envision embodies our country's efforts to bring together stakeholders in pursuit of our national visions. It is only through an ecosystem effort, through working across industry, that we can unlock this potential. Under the theme of enabling future makers for a better world, Envision draws upon the UAE's collaborative ecosystem of technology pioneers, innovators, and priority sectors. More than that, it sets a tone for the next 3 years of advanced technology adoption. 3 years in which spending on digital technology is expected to reach $20 billion in the UAE. This figure alone, with our digital rankings, give a clear indication of our digital readiness, our leadership in ICT, and the steep gradients of our trajectory. But these are forecasts, not guarantees. Forward motion requires deliberate action. Development needs purposeful involvement, and evolution calls for conscious efforts. To fully unlock the potential of a tech-enabled, greener future, it is up to technologies, innovators, and future makers here today to explore new frontiers, forge new collaborations, and enable a better world. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen, we've now come to the moment of the first fire chat of the day. And for that, of course, we have our honorary guest, Mr. Martin Eberhard. And in order for us to extract as much value from Martin, we got the right moderator for the job. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce Ranjit Rajan, the Vice President of Research of the Meta region from IDC. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming to the stage Ranjit Rajan.
Good morning, and a very warm welcome to Envision. My name is Ranjit Rajan. I lead IDC's research for the Middle East, Turkey, and Africa region. It's my privilege and pleasure today to introduce and to have a conversation with a very special guest, Martin Eberhard. Martin is the co-founder of Tesla Motors. He co-founded Tesla Motors in 2002, and that kicked off the green transportation revolution. Martin and his team reimagined the electric vehicle and made electric cars more desirable, fast, and sporty, and so on. So he's a true visionary of the electric vehicle industry. He's an inventor, a veteran Silicon Valley entrepreneur and engineer. Martin was the original chairman and CEO of Tesla. And after leaving Tesla in 2007, he went on to play key roles at Volkswagen, SF Motors, and so on. He currently advises various startups and larger corporations, and he lectures around the world on how to reduce the consumption of carbon fuels, how to improve propulsion or electric propulsion in cars, and of course on entrepreneurship. So please welcome Martin Eberhard.
Thank you very much.
Please. Martin, welcome to Dubai and to Envision.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
Martin, if you were to look at the electric vehicle industry, now electric vehicles have been around since the 1800s in some form or the other. But in the 1900s, of course, the electric vehicle industry was overtaken by the gasoline internal combustion engine-based cars and transport. And then at the beginning of the 21st century, in the early 2000s, we saw the kind of re-emergence and the reimagination of the electric vehicle industry. And that's when you co-founded Tesla in 2002. So what were the kind of motivations for you to start up Tesla, and what was the genesis of the initial idea for Tesla?
I guess the genesis of the idea was when I thought I would buy myself a new sports car in about 2000. And in the end, looking at the talk about global warming, about climate change, it looked real to me. And I couldn't, in the end, bring myself to buy another car that got 18 miles to the gallon. And so as an engineer, I set out to do some homework to figure out what was the most efficient technology for powering a car. I looked at everything. I looked, of course, at gasoline and diesel. I looked at hydrogen because that's where all of the big car makers were investing. And I looked at electric cars, not expecting to like them, because this is the technology that had just been ended by most of the car companies in the world. And I was very surprised when I did my homework, when I did the math, to find that electric cars were, in fact, by far the best choice. So I thought about that, and I said, how is it that this, from an efficiency perspective and from a carbon footprint perspective, this is the best choice? Why is it that nobody is making them? Why is it that the electric cars that were around so far were so bad? And I think, well, first of all, if you look at the older electric cars, if you go 120 years ago to these early cars, the problem was technology. The batteries were just not good enough. Lead-acid batteries were not good enough. But if you look at the electric cars that were at least for sale in some parts of the world in the 1990s and early 2000s, what was wrong with these cars is that they were trying to make a low-end vehicle that everybody could afford. The idea is that we would come out with this magical new car that everybody would buy, and it would be the end of gasoline in one step, which is hopeless. And I thought about that, and I thought, I don't know any technologies, new technologies that start out at the low end and try to compete against an existing market. And I said, this is the wrong approach. So I said, well, if I'm not going to try to compete on price with my first car, where should I compete? And as an electrical engineer, I know that one thing that motors have is torque. Torque means performance. So why don't we start off by making a car that's the exact opposite of what people expect out of an electric car? It's not a glorified golf cart. It's a car that you want to drive. And that was the genesis of the Tesla Roadster, which was faster than pretty much any gasoline car made when we launched it.
Yeah, it's interesting that you and your co-founder, Mark Tarpenning, that you started out with the idea of a sports car, which is the first idea. It's
entering the market at the high end, building a brand, and changing the idea of how people think of electric cars, which we did.
And then, so what are the challenges in those early days? What are the kind of setbacks that you faced? I'm sure quite a lot of them.
Well, I guess the first thing is that to be a successful entrepreneur, you kind of have to be a little bit naive. If I knew how difficult it was to start a car company then, maybe I wouldn't have done it. So I expected the technology to be difficult, and I was not afraid of that. I knew that it was possible. The difficult things were, well, first of all, there was no ecosystem for a startup car company for all of the components you need to build a car. So everything that I was buying, whether that's tires or seats or suspension components or glass or anything, everything cost me double or triple, and the companies who made these parts really didn't want to sell them to me. So supply chain was by far the most difficult hurdle to overcome. The next most difficult thing was, well, investment, finding people to invest in my company, and finding suppliers who are willing to supply just because of the risk of a startup company. Hiring people. Nobody believed that electric cars were possible. So convincing people to invest in my company, to supply components, to come and work for me were all difficult.
And then, given those challenges, how did it feel to actually launch the first Tesla Roadster in 2006?
2007.
2007.
End of 2007,
yes.
yeah.
So how did it feel? How was it?
It was amazing. I remember when we showed the Tesla Roadster at the Pebble Beach Concours d'Elegance. We were on the lawn with our couple of prototype cars, and we were completely, totally mobbed with people for the entire show. I couldn't speak afterward. I wore my voice out talking about this car. It was really exciting. But a startup company, especially something as audacious as starting a car company, is hot and cold, you know? There's days when you know you're going to take over the world, and there's days you know you're going to get crushed. And it's like that, up and down and up and down, and you have to be able to ride that to be a good entrepreneur.
And What is the response that you got when the first Tesla Roadster was launched in 2007? What is the kind of response that you got from the public?
Well, there's two responses. The first response from a car enthusiast is that I can't imagine driving an electric car. It doesn't sound like a Ferrari or it doesn't sound like a Porsche. I would never want a car like that. And then the second response is after they've gone for a drive. And that response is more like, holy crap, this is exciting, this is so fast. So I remember taking quite a few people for a ride in the car, and they said, ahead of time, they're like, well, maybe you need to have fake engine sound so it sounds like a real sports car. and after they go for a drive, and what you hear is the real natural sound of an electric motor when you push it hard, and it sounds like a turbine. And people, after they've driven the car, say, don't touch the sound, that's perfect.
Keep the sound.
Yes.
And I believe that Arnold Schwarzenegger dropped in at the launch of the Roadster.
That's correct, yes. Yeah, and he was pretty intrigued. He didn't believe that it was possible until he went for a drive. Yeah, but that was typical. Because, I mean, what people knew about electric cars before that were basically a fiberglass body on a golf cart, which is, nobody wants to drive that, And that was their expectation, and they get in a car that instead does 0 to 60 in 3.9 seconds. It's a world-changing difference.
And that, of course, revolutionized the entire green transportation and launched the electric vehicle industry as we know it today, of course.
That's correct, yeah.
It's interesting that the International Energy Agency has estimated that 13% of automobiles sold globally in 2022 were electric.
Which just blows me away.
Which is a significant market share, 13%.
Exactly. No, I remember in the early days when we were just making our first prototype cars, and I said to my wife, we were driving in California, I said, imagine if we're driving along, we saw another Tesla coming the other way. Wouldn't that be amazing? And now they're just everywhere. So it's, fantastic.
And so when you look back from 2007, over time, how has the EV, the electric vehicle industry, evolved from your perspective? How do you see the evolution?
Well, I mean, it was nothing when we started. First of all, the electric vehicles that were for sale in the United States were because of the zero emissions vehicle mandate in California. There was a law that said if you want to sell cars in California, some small percent of them need to be electric. And that law was gutted in 2002, so there were no more requirements for that. And there were no electric cars being made. Even like the General Motors EV1, perhaps the best EV up until that time, was not only taken off the market, but they recalled all of the cars and destroyed them. So there were no electric cars when Tesla came along. And more than that, the auto industry as a whole had said that electric cars were not possible and that the future was going to be something else. And today, every major car company in the world has not only has a serious electric car program, but they've stated outright that they think the future for them is purely electric.
And has legislation changed as well? In the US and across the world to support?
Absolutely. I mean, it continues to change because people realize that what they've been told by the car companies wasn't true. The car companies said that electric cars were impossible, and we showed them that it was completely possible. I mean, I'll tell you a little story about that. I spent some time after Tesla working for Volkswagen, and while I was there, I ran across an internal PowerPoint presentation that was just for internal consumption, and it basically was proving that the electric car, that the Tesla Roadster was impossible. Couldn't happen, they proved it. I said, would you like to come out and drive mine? Oh, it doesn't matter if yours actually drives, we've proven it doesn't work. So, my wife was another engineer. When she was in school, they handed out a paper to all of the students in one class that was a proof of the aerodynamics of a bumblebee that proved that a bumblebee cannot fly. And this thing flying around the room, you can ignore that. And she looked at this PowerPoint presentation and said, they just proved the bumblebee can't fly. Yeah.
And you still drive a Roadster, right?
Oh, that's right, yeah.
The original Roadster.
I actually have two Roadsters. One of them is a very low serial number. I don't drive that one very much anymore. It's maybe too risky. And I have another one that I drive every day. Yeah. And my wife drives a Model S, so yeah, we drive a lot of electric cars.
And from a technological advancement perspective, the battery, of course, the battery technology has evolved significantly, right?
Yes.
So how do you see that evolution? You also have invested in a couple
Right.
of battery technology companies.
Of course, a lot of technology in an electric car, but the key technology, the one that really matters, the one that made the electric car today possible, is the lithium-ion batteries. Nobody had put lithium-ion batteries in a car before we did the Tesla Roadster, and most people thought it was impossible, and now 100% of electric cars are lithium-ion. Lithium-ion is a family of chemistries, and that family continues to evolve, getting less expensive, more energy dense, and more safe. And I think that this will continue for a while. But there's nothing required, there's no requirement that we use lithium-ion batteries in cars. That's just the best chemistry of today. But if you think back in time, before lithium-ion batteries, we had nickel metal hydride batteries, which were pretty good. And then we had NiCads and lead acids before that. And I think that this chemistry evolution will continue forward.
And so you are bullish about lithium-ion batteries continuing as the core technology, as a family for
That's right,
for
yeah.
power.
And I mean, most of the innovation I see in lithium-ion batteries are focused on keeping the cost down, and this is largely by reducing or eliminating some of the more expensive components like cobalt.
Right. And talking about the UAE, so the UAE is set to host COP28 this year. And
which is really cool.
Yeah, and we are looking forward to it. It's going to be a fantastic event. And the UAE has made a commitment to achieve net zero emissions by 2050 and so on. What's your general view on how countries around the world have addressed climate change and what progress they have made so far to meet the kind of goals that they set at the Paris Agreement and later on?
I guess I have very mixed feelings about that. I mean, I'm super happy to see that most of the countries in the world are now taking climate change seriously and working toward reducing our emissions and solving this problem. But when I look around, I mean, California, where I'm from, and the unprecedented fires and flooding that we've been having in California, and of course everywhere else in the world, I kind of think maybe we need to go a little faster. I think that we need to take this more seriously. It's a tough problem, and these kind of changes don't happen overnight, but sooner is better, I think.
So you speak around the world and on how communities can reduce consumption of carbon fuels and so on. So what are the key messages that you communicate to them or you share with them?
Depends on who I'm talking to, of course, but I think that we've now turned a corner, I think, where most people now recognize that climate change is real, that it's something we need to address, and it's going to affect all of us. So I don't need to make that point quite as strongly as I used to, but I guess it's a push toward, first of all, hurry up, and second of all, make sure that what you're doing is actually making a difference. So for example, I make a distinction in my mind between electric vehicles and hydrogen vehicles, right? Electric vehicles, okay, I can make that electricity a lot of different ways, but almost every way I make it, the carbon footprint is less than if I did it otherwise. Hydrogen is a different story. Hydrogen, there isn't any hydrogen here on Earth that's available for fuel. You have to make it somehow. And that's usually done with fossil fuels anyway. So focus on the full well-to-wheel efficiency of whatever your process is.
So the UAE, of course, is a large, one of the largest hydrocarbon producers and exporters in the world. But the UAE has made a commitment towards, to achieve net zero by 2050, and this is also impacting the transportation sector in the country. Dubai, for example, aims to convert most of its public transport into, net zero, by 2030, 2040, and 2050. There are different, for public buses, taxis, and so on and so forth. Are you seeing this kind of trend among cities and communities around the world, and what advice would you give to authorities here in Dubai or in the wider UAE as they try to convert a lot of that public transportation into net zero?
So I think converting the public transportation into net zero is a very good idea. I think it's not enough. It's a good start. I have a lot of sympathy for the position that the UAE is in. We talked about this earlier. This idea of the innovator's dilemma. When you're the most successful company in some field, let's just look at mainframe computers of the 1960s. it's really difficult to be the company that makes that technology obsolete. This is why we don't hear about companies like Amdahl or Honeywell or these companies that used to make mainframe computers. They didn't make it. A few companies did. IBM is an example of a company that survived the transition to the new technology. This is kind of maybe the position that the big oil-producing countries have. That today this is their main source of income, and it's hard to imagine investing in technologies that would make that obsolete. But we kind of have to.
Mm-hmm. The UAE and Dubai in particular has also been looking at autonomous transportation. Mm-hmm. I know that you have a different point of view on self-driving cars, and you've spoken about this in the media as well. You're not particularly a fan of self-driving vehicles.
So yeah, I guess I have objection on two fronts. The first is that the software complexity involved in a self-driving car is incredibly high, and we, as a field, we don't know how to make complex systems like that are provably correct, right? These are already causing strange kinds of accidents and making mistakes, and I expect that's going to get worse. That's one problem, that getting that technology right. But my biggest problem with self-driving cars as a solution is that it presumes that cars are the solution. It seems to me that in a large part of the world, especially dense urban centers, the right answer is not to have more cars on the road, but rather to think about other forms of public transportation that work better. I mean, if you go to a crowded city, you go to pretty much any city in India, you look at the crowded cities of Europe, and if you changed all those cars and made them self-driving, it's still a traffic jam.
Mm-hmm. Well, we recently had the self-driving car demo from Tesla, which combines artificial intelligence and into car and so on. So it's an interesting first launch.
I mean, I've been driving a Tesla for a long time, and my wife's Tesla is subject to software updates at a pretty regular basis. And almost without exception, every software update we've received has had some bugs in it. One time it's that for reasons unknown, the charge port door decides to open. Another one is the dashboard crashes. Another one, some other bug here and there. These are the same software engineers, the same technology that's doing the driving, So if it's just my charge port door opens or something like that, it's annoying. But if it's the software that's controlling the brakes or the steering, it's something different.
Mm-hmm. Let's talk about entrepreneurship. Mm-hmm. And you have, of course, being a veteran, you've invested in several startups and so on, including Lucid, SF Motors, but Tiveni and Innovate and so on. And mostly more recently in the battery technology-based startups and so on. So what's your advice for entrepreneurs, technology entrepreneurs, but also for countries and like the UAE, which wants to foster and develop an ecosystem or an environment for technological innovation and entrepreneurship?
Well, that's two separate questions, really. For entrepreneurs, I mean, my biggest advice is solve a real problem, solve a problem that needs to be solved, and do something that you're passionate about. These are what will drive you to be a successful entrepreneur. In terms of building an entrepreneurial ecosystem, it's a much harder problem. I mean, I think about, what is it that made Silicon Valley unique in the world? And it's a couple of things that happen to be all at the same time. We have two major universities that are excellent in engineering, both Stanford and Berkeley, and some smaller ones around it. And then we had the investment environment, the venture capital environment that was willing to invest on high-risk programs. I've spoken about entrepreneurship throughout Europe over the years, and most of the world talks about that. What the phrase they use is not venture capital; it's risk capital. So they see this as a risk to invest, and they want to see a return on their investment. And venture capital turns it on the upside down and says, it's a venture. It's a positive thing, and we're going to lose some, and we'll win some others. I don't know how you create that feeling in another part of the world, but that's what it takes to turn any place into a real entrepreneurial center.
It's a combination of having those top-class universities, which then bring up those ideas, or from where the ideas emerge, and then having the right, VC funding that's available to support those ideas.
So, I mean, I worked for a while with a bunch of German engineers, and in Germany, in the time I was working with them, it was one of the things that concerned employees who wanted to go to join a startup company is if that company failed, that's seen as a black mark on their resume, that you worked for this company and the company failed, and therefore there's something wrong with you. And in Silicon Valley, we look at it the other way, that somebody who's been involved in a startup company and tried something, and if it didn't work, well, that shows entrepreneurial spirit. It's a good thing. It's like, people say, was there such a risk that you'd go join the startup company? I say, I see no risk at all. It's a sensible thing to do.
Yeah, it's an appetite for risk and so on. Great. So I think as we come to towards the end of our chat, Martin, if we were to look ahead, let's say over the next decade or so, what would be the kind of technological innovations or technological developments that you would bet on, that where you would put your money on?
So I like this 10-year threshold you give me. And 10 years means you can look a little bit farther than just the next thing. And what's got me the most excited in, let's say, the 10-year horizon is nuclear fusion.
Nuclear fusion.
Nuclear fusion, for sure. There's in the last 5 years or so, there have been some major scientific breakthroughs that make it look like this might be possible. And there's major investment now going into companies like Commonwealth Fusion and some others that are showing the way to perhaps making sustainable nuclear fusion, which will provide essentially unbounded energy for very cheap and without the dangerous side effects of nuclear fission. So to me, that's the most exciting thing. And I've made some high-risk, small investments in this space already.
And so this will be a significant improvement over nuclear fission-based.
It's a completely different thing, that's right, yeah. It's much, much safer, and it does not require the use of any of these highly dangerous radioactive materials.
Okay. And in terms of sustainability, I assume both are equal in terms of the impact on the environment and so on.
I think not. I think that when you're talking about fission, you're talking about mining for plutonium or mining for other radioactive materials, whereas fusion is heavy hydrogen. It comes from seawater.
From seawater?
From seawater, yeah. I mean, a certain % of the hydrogen molecules in the ocean are heavy hydrogen. They have an extra neutron. And these can be filtered from the water pretty easily.
And then apart from nuclear fusion, are there any other technologies that you think will have significant impact?
I always have my eye on the battery chemistry technologies.
Sorry?
Batteries. I'm always looking at that because I think.
So what next on the battery side?
Well, the trouble is I'm not a chemical engineer, so I'm on the sidelines looking, and when things, every bet I've placed so far has been I haven't have a payout yet, but I think that energy storage in general is a sister technology to clean energy production. When I'm producing energy with wind or with solar or any of these technologies, the energy production occurs when the sun is shining or the wind is blowing, not when you need it. And the only way you can make that kind of energy source match the load is by having storage. Not just in a car, but for stationary storage. So all of these energy storage technologies are critical.
All right. Excellent. Martin, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
It's wonderful chatting with you. Thank you very much, and please give a round of applause to Martin Eberhard. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ranjit, for that fantastic job moderating our first fireside chat. And thank you to Martin for sharing all that valuable insight with us. Now, ladies and gentlemen, to continue our agenda, our next speaker is Jyoti Lalchandani. Jyoti is the Group Vice President and Regional Managing Director of Meta Region at the IDC. His presentation will be on the new tech order and envisioning the future of the UAE with a focus on smart manufacturing and intelligent cities. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming to the stage Jyoti Lalchandani.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and your excellencies. It's a pleasure to be here. I apologize for having a bit of a trouble. There's some problem with the mic, so I had to replace it with another one. But I'm really excited to be here, and I must admit it's quite difficult to follow a session after Martin. But I'm going to try my best to share with you IDC's perspectives in terms of how we see the technology landscape evolving, and then double-click into the focus of our sessions today around smart manufacturing, but also intelligent, and how do we build intelligent cities. So, I think we are going through, of course, what I call a major new tech world order, right? We're seeing significant amount of developments and transformation in a wide range of sectors. And what I want to share with you today is the evolution of the industry and where we see things moving forward. So Martin shared his perspectives on how he sees the world moving forward, but we have a new world tech order that is transforming multiple industries around the world. So if you talk about where we are in the overall landscape, given the pandemic and given the challenges that we've all encountered over the past couple of years, we really kind of define the transformation that we see in industries into 3 different phases. So if you think about it, the first phase of our digital transformation journeys was all about experimentation. We were experimenting with technology, experimenting and accelerating digital transformation programs and projects around the world. We are really in that second phase of digital transformation, where what I like to call it the technology value realization. And we as organizations in public sector and a wide range of industries, have been spending and investing double-digit kind of growth in terms of our IT investments. And so the focus for many organizations today is how do I realize value from all those technology investments that I have made in order to transform and accelerate our journeys. And so, in a sense, we are trying to close that the ROI gap in terms of all those digital investments that we've made really accelerated during the pandemic. Where we think this is going is what we call the third phase of transformation, which is really centered around the digital business era. And in the digital business era, it's really about taking a digital-first approach when we launch new products, when we launch new services, when you create those customer experiences. We are going to take a digital-first approach to defining all of these products, services, and experiences. In the digital business era, we're going to see the digital strategy or the technology strategy of organizations and the business strategy of organizations is going to be increasingly intertwined. And we've got 3 very interesting predictions based on our own research of where we see this evolving over the next few years. The first prediction is that digital spending on digital technologies, which is as a share of overall IT spending, is going to grow from about 44% to almost 2/3 of IT spending, which means 2/3 of IT spending over the next few years is going to be driven by spending on digital technologies, products, and services. The second prediction we have is that spending on digital technologies will grow 8 times faster than economic growth by 2023, by the end of 2023. So we're going to see a significant amount of investments that organizations are making that's really driving economic growth and much faster than economic growth of countries worldwide. Our third prediction is by 2026, I believe, that about 40% of the revenue of global 2,000 organizations will be driven by digital products, digital services, and enabling those customer experiences. And about 60%, the balance 60% on traditional business models. So we are seeing a significant amount of shift in terms of digital products and services or digitally enabled products and services will derive a much larger share of our revenues than what we've been used to. So the new tech world order is actually a very, very fascinating one. So I'm going to call out a few of the interesting forecasts and predictions that we have that kind of gives you a sense of what our world is going to look like over the next few years. from a sustainability standpoint, when I talk about ESG, when I talk about really investments in digital solutions, that's going to enable these ESG outcomes for ourselves as an organization, but also for our customers. And we are going to see about a quarter of the organizations worldwide are going to demonstrate responsible leadership when it comes to sustainability initiatives. And that's going to represent, and that's going to grow about 25% by the end of next year compared to 2021. So a lot more investments in these digital solutions that enable ESG outcomes for ourselves as an organization, but also for our customers. In terms of electric vehicles, of course, we've had a discussion about this just before the session. Depending on which stat you look at, we expect by 2024, about 10% or maybe slightly higher than that of all new consumer vehicle sales will be these electric vehicles, right? And so that has a profound impact in terms of ride sharing, in terms of transportation strategy, that's going to impact multiple sectors, including transportation around the world. We're also going to see the emergence of what we call a decentralized autonomous organizations. And a decentralized autonomous organizations, or DAOs, are essentially collectively owned organizations that are governed at the back end with blockchain that will become the default standard for a lot more ecosystem revenue creation by organizations. We're going to be sharing data, we're going to be sharing applications, we're going to be sharing insights and capabilities of organizations coming together to create net new revenue opportunities. So expect to see a lot more decentralized autonomous organizations becoming the default standard for organizations to come together to drive even more innovation in the future. Now let's look at some of the technology development side. On the technology development side, of course, we're going to see rapid changes and impact of what we call the central bank digital currency. And I'm going to talk about that in the context of where we see that evolving here in the UAE. Or you look at voice, that we think is going to become an important and prominent platform where smart assistant users will be using voice as a means to make purchases online, to buy things online. And this is going to have a profound impact in terms of e-commerce and other ways of which we buy products on the internet. And finally, we also get to see a lot more impact by 2028 in terms of extended reality, in terms of AR, VR, and mixed reality, which will, of course, create these new sets of digital workers. And new sets of digital workers that we're going to be impacting multiple industries around the world, and also impacting and reducing errors on the field as well. So we are seeing a very interesting shift in terms of the new tech world order that we expect to see over the next few years. So let's get closer to home in terms of the UAE itself. And we've had some discussions earlier this morning that talk about the strides that the UAE has made, and it's really been remarkable. And if I think about, just the ambition of having the digital economy, grow as a share of the non-oil GDP from 10% a couple of years ago to almost 20%, so doubling that over the next 10 years, is a significant amount of investment and focus that the UAE has in terms of driving digital economy here in the UAE. Also, the plans in terms of creating 30 unicorns, global unicorns, and the investments to support a much larger ecosystem. And it's not just large organizations, but we're also seeing an increased focus on small and medium-sized organizations with the startup and scale-up program that enables the development of SMEs in terms of capacity building programs here in the UAE. We've had a few discussions around the sustainability side this morning, with the UAE hosting the COP28 later this year, but also the focus on building and investing in green and sustainable manufacturing. And we're going to discuss that in quite some detail during the rest of the session. But not just that, but also looking at areas like cloud or AI or emerging tech in terms of attracting investments, building cloud regions here from the hyperscalers and the other infrastructure providers. In terms of regulatory agencies and the regulatory changes, in terms of data and AI policies, there's significant amount of investments and focus that the UAE has. But I want to double down and really, kind of go deeper into what we call the industrialization strategy, and Her Excellency the Minister spoke about it this morning, where we're looking at building that scale and having the industrial sector grow from about 130 odd billion dirhams a couple years ago to over 300 billion by 2031. So significant amount of investments in terms of building that industrialization strategy. And this strategy could not have come at a more appropriate time. If you think about the fundamental changes and disruption that we see in the industrial or the manufacturing space, in the manufacturing industry, in terms of hyperinflation caused by skyrocketing energy prices. If you think about the skill shortages that we have, the supply chain disruptions that we encounter in the manufacturing sector, the changing requirements and expectations of customers. Our customers are now demanding different kind of products and services, and the delivery models are enhancing and changing and evolving so frequently. So the changing requirements of our customer sets. We're also seeing increasing cyber attacks within the manufacturing space. So this is really the current state of the manufacturing sector that's going through massive amounts of disruption. And this, in turn, is forcing organizations in this space to reprioritize. And they're prioritizing in different ways in terms of operational transformation. How do we do more with less? And often, how do we do more with less and faster? How do we transform the supply chain sector? How do we leverage technology to transform the supply chain operations? How do we bring in new sets of digital skills and digital capabilities in order to transform the workforce? How do we expand into new markets and diversify into new and more varied markets? How do we build product innovation as digital products and services are going to drive a lot of our revenue streams and are going to represent a much larger share of our revenue streams in the future? The other interesting trend within smart manufacturing, of course, is that we're seeing significant amount of growth in terms of operational equipment at manufacturing sites that are becoming instrumented with sensors and meters and programmable controllers. So we're seeing a significant amount of growth in terms of operational equipment that is now instrumented. Our own global research suggests that about a third of organizations globally have almost between 25 to 50% of their operational equipment that is now instrumented, and about another third which have between 50 and 75% of their operational equipment that is instrumented. And it's not just on the equipment side, but also the connectivity of these operational equipments are now growing at a much rapid pace. About 80% of the operational equipment worldwide is now connected to the internet, either through wireless or through a wired platform. And so we're seeing this exponential growth, or 20+% growth in the data that is being created in an average factory floor, with over 320 petabytes of data that's being created globally with all these operational equipments that are now instrumented and are connected in one shape or form. And so this is forcing organizations to think about making investments and driving investments in IoT, on the cloud, with 5G connectivity, but also in terms of AI and insights. How do we extract maximum value from all the investments, these operational equipments that are now instrumented and are connected to the internet? How do we extract maximum value to drive insight, to drive those additional capabilities that can drive new revenue streams, but also help my organization make better, more informed decisions on how to run the business? And so our own research suggests that this increased levels of digitalization is creating what we call real business value. And our global research of manufacturing sites around the world suggests that digital champions, and these are organizations that have a coordinated strategy of their digital transformation initiatives across the enterprise. Not just in silos or in select departments, but these are folks that are driving their digital strategies and much more coordinated strategies across the organization. These digital champions are actually performing extremely well given the investments that they have made during the pandemic back in 2020 and 2021. And if you look at that from a revenue perspective on the revenue index, as well as on the profitability index, these organizations are faring much better. And they're making significant amount of investments in building use cases by leveraging some of these technology components that I spoke about. And I want to call out a few interesting use cases that organizations are making, leveraging digital twins, for example, in terms of improving or actually enhancing new product development or building more efficient operations at the back end. Leveraging data, for example, in terms of greater insights with predictive demand and supply maintenance. Leveraging data, for example, on the inventory side in terms of improving their inventory management, or looking at smart freight management, or smart energy management. There are significant and interesting use cases that these organizations are investing in, and this in turn is driving technology investments and spend in multiple areas, right from industrial IoT devices and sensors, RPA in terms of building more efficiency at the back end by automating processes, investments in AI and machine learning in order to gain even further and deeper insight that can ultimately benefit and help the organizations. 5G connectivity, of course, investments in 5G to make sure that we're able to extract maximum value, to build the speed, the agility, and the scale that we need as an organization to take us to the next level. And so the future of operations, very quickly, is really built on a much more hyper-connected environment, built on what we define as 6 key pillars. How do you as an organization, these are the 6 questions that you need to think about as you craft your strategy in terms of even greater digitalization over the years ahead. How do you leverage the AI, the cloud, the edge, and 5G connectivity in order to build that seamless interface across the organization? And build that intelligence. How do you embed that intelligence in order to build more sustainable operations, to reduce waste? How do you move from what we call just automated processes to a more autonomous operations? How do you augment all of that right from your back office right through to the factory floor? How do you augment and build that intelligence across the organization? But more importantly, also think about how do you leverage tools like AI and analytics with predictive to actually build a much more cyber-resilient operations. And that is going to become increasingly critical as a lot of our instruments and a lot of our operational equipment is now instrumented and also connected to the World Wide Web and to the internet. So significant amount of changes and transformation that we see within what we call the smart manufacturing space. I now want to double click into intelligent cities, because that's another area which I think is not just being disrupted while we're talking about manufacturing, but if you think about the future of cities itself, we are seeing significant amount of transformation and changes. And some of that was discussed this morning, but I want to kind of dig deep into a couple other areas that I think would be interesting to think about. And when you think about cities itself, cities kind of represent close to 80% of economic activity in terms of GDP contribution globally. And so the transformation that we see, the future of cities that we see, is going to impact a wide area. And I'm just talking about areas like future of home, as we all know it. We're going to be hyper-connected at the home, a lot more technology-enabled at the back end. We're seeing the truth and the reality of that in our day-to-day lives. The future of work, as we know it, is going to be, location agnostic. We are going to have hybrid workers and new gig workers from around the world who are going to be contributing to our projects and activities. The future of mobility is going to be very different. We are seeing signs of some of that already. More public and private partnerships, building multimodal transportation infrastructures around the world. The future of tourism, and we're seeing signs of that here in the UAE, that's going to be platform-based. That's going to be contactless to provide that seamless experience to citizens, to residents, to tourists, to visitors. The future of sustainability is also going through massive amounts of changes. And about 70% of the cities actually contribute to close to 70% of global energy consumption and almost 60% of greenhouse gases. So we're going to see significant amount of investments that cities will make in order to build more zero carbon and a zero waste area as well. And the future of public safety is also going to be very different. How do you create that seamless interface between fire, ambulance services, education, healthcare services, provide the seamless civic services across your city or across your country. So we are seeing the future of cities is also going through massive amounts of disruption. And I want to kind of highlight very quickly some of the interesting use cases that you can consider when you're building out your city strategy, when you're thinking about interesting areas and concepts by leveraging technology, ranging from what we call intelligent event management. We're seeing signs of that already in terms of crowd management or traffic management solutions. Or you think about more integrated smart city operations, right? Seamlessly connecting your digital and physical worlds, your legacy applications and your new applications. If you think about health promotion and predictive management, and we saw signs of that during the pandemic, where the entire ecosystem got together in order to share data seamlessly across the wider ecosystem. Or you think about smart trash or smart trash collection or smart parking using IP-enabled infrastructure, sensors to provide real-time intelligence in order to make it a much more seamless experience to build the future cities. What's going to be increasingly critical as part of building those future cities is going to be data. And it's going to be around how do I, as an organization or a city, bring together seamless connectivity of data across the entire ecosystem. Not just about leveraging the data to make better, more informed decisions to run more efficiently, but increasingly a lot of focus will be on how do I monetize the data? How do I create those links with other stakeholders within the ecosystem to create new revenue opportunities, not only for myself as a city, but also for the entire partner ecosystem as part of sharing data seamlessly? How do we get data and the information and insights at the right time, in the right context, and how do we do this at scale? How do we create those curated learning experiences for the entire ecosystem across the board? And so, to conclude, the future is, as we spoke about, definitely a digital-first approach, where the technology strategy and the business strategy of organizations is going to be increasingly intertwined. A large portion of our revenues, an increasingly large portion of our revenues, regardless of the sector in which we operate, is going to be driven from these digital products, digital services, and enabling these customer digital experiences. We are going to live in a much more hyper-connected environment. We spoke about the future of operations is going to be hyper-connected, built on those 6 pillars. We are going to see a lot more focus around data. It's going to be a lot of our decision-making and competitive differentiation is going to be based on the data that we create and the data that we leverage as an organization. We are going to be a lot more autonomous in nature. Right? We're going to move away from automation to more autonomous environment, regardless of the industries in which we operate. And finally, almost every aspect of our life is going to be AI infused. And so think about interesting use cases of how you can leverage some of these AI technologies and embed them within intelligence systems to build a much more transformed organization. Thank you very much, and look forward to the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jyoti, for that immensely informative presentation. For the next presentation, I would like to invite Jassim Al-Awadi, the Acting Chief ICT Officer at DO, whose presentation will be on enabling future makers for a sustainable world with technology. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming to the stage Jassim Al-Awadi.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. Today, it's an honor having all of you here in our first yearly event platform that we have created as Envision. As all of you know, today we sit in the heart of the technology industry as a telecom provider that created a huge legacy throughout the years, building a nationwide network that covered UAE. And with all the digital transformation that is happening, we thought we need to be part of this revolution because we have the right assets, we have the right skill sets, and we have built our legacy throughout the years. But before moving ahead with my presentation, to start any journey, there should be a vision. And I think we are blessed in this country by having such visionary leaders. With their vision today, we are sitting in this place. This place was a sea land previously. With the vision of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed, today we have one of the best iconic places. So setting the right vision drives all of us toward the direction that we want to achieve. And I think UAE has forefronted leading digital economy, digital transformation, and there are a lot of programs taking us toward all of those revolutionary stuff that is happening in the technology field. So, His Highness, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed, all of us should take the initiative and seek to be creative. Excellence should be an aspiration for each one of us in all points. So, innovation is key. Whatever technologies we are exploring, most of them are spectacle today. We are dealing with a lot of new stuff, so we need to innovate. The pace of innovation should be so quick, and that's our DNA. We need to focus on the future. Focusing on future will set and pave the road for us to enable the future and to take this nation to the next level of our digital ambition. So that's why we need always to focus on future, and as future leaders in this field, we need to forefront the technology 5 to 10 years down the road. So we should not plan for now, we should plan things ahead. Why? Because we always seek innovation, and we need always to forefront whatever things happening globally and in this region. Transformation is part of our culture. We need to keep transforming. Without transformation, you will never seek excellence, you will never seek into new technologies. That's why we need to keep transforming and evolving our technologies, the way we think, the mindset that we have, and that's the main reason behind us always being pioneering in all the new technologies. Today, UAE sit in the best 5G infrastructure. And as a telco provider, we are extremely proud to be leading in the 5G rollout nationwide. That's why today we are covering almost 98% of UAE population with 5G coverage. With us setting this pace of infrastructure rollout, we are opening a new paradigm and a new door for all the innovation that can happen in the industry. Technology is a key enabler. 4 years, 5 years down the road, the idea of smart cities were there, the ideas of AI was there, but enabling them was so difficult because you didn't have the underlying infrastructure to support you moving forward. That's why we led into this, we made all the investments, and today you can see all the signs of innovation that is happening in the market is because we have a very solid infrastructure in place. A glimpse about who we are, because a lot may question what DO's doing in the ICT field, why we are there. Being a telco provider, you are in the heart of the ICT field for a lot of reasons, because ICT, it's all about technology. And our main driver and our main services that we are offering for our clients is based on technology. Today we have around 7.5 million subscribers. We have 3,000 plus employees. That brings different knowledge, that brings different skill sets to the market. We have a nationwide 5G network. We have around 4.5 gigahertz of download speed on our 5G network. We can set ourselves as the preferred digital partners in this ecosystem for a lot of reasons. Today, we are proud to set ourselves as a local player that understands the market. We are trusted. We have the expertise and the experience in delivering a lot of the innovation that you see today in the market, and we believe into collaboration. Today, this platform and this event, it's all about collaboration. We don't believe that you can work in silos. Collaboration is key in this industry. Without us collaborating with the Ministry of Advanced Technologies and without us collaborating with our distinguished clients, we wouldn't innovate. We are here to serve our clients. We are here to collaborate with our partners and with our clients. So bridging the gap between the public and private sector is key pivotal role that we play in this industry. As you know, there are a lot of topics when you want to tackle technology and advancements that happens in ICT. But for today's theme and for this year, we chose 4 main pillars that we are going to discuss in today's event: smart manufacturing, smart cities, agri-tech, and sustainability. Those 4 pillars are heavy. There are a lot of advancements and there are specific agendas that are tackled by the country, by our clients, and by us in order for us to forefront in those 4 pillars. What is the UAE national ambition? It's very important to set and to share some numbers because it will set the tone during out the day. Today you can see the evolution of how the market shift is happening, and this is clear. Today, this is purely focusing in the UAE market. You can see clearly that there will be a major shift between the foundational services and the advanced services in terms of spend. And this is very clear today. Most of the topics that we are tackling today, we are discussing AI, smart manufacturing, IoT. So we are moving out from the foundational services that we are used to, like data center, cybersecurity, all the stuff that were built throughout the last years. And today, a lot of new technologies are coming in place and the spend shift will be there in the market. That's why we started enabling our staff, enabling our organization with different skill sets, with different expertise in order for us to address the market needs. Smart manufacturing. We are proud today to have ITTI certified engineers in our organization. We are pioneering when it comes to smart manufacturing, and thanks to the ministry, we have a lot of initiatives running down with the ministry. Today we have live examples of transforming factories to fully automated factories, and we have live deployment with existing clients. This shows our commitment when it comes to smart manufacturing. Smart manufacturing will come with a heavy spend, and there is a lot of acceleration programs that are happening by the ministry, and we are part of those programs in order for us to accelerate the adoption in smart manufacturing. Smart manufacturing is key for the evolution of this country as well, because the moment you will build that underlying infrastructure for those manufacturers to come, all of them will join because they will have a very reduced OPEX when it comes to running out their factories. It will be much more sustainable for them because the amount of carbon footprint will be much less, and it hits a lot of metrics when it comes to the sustainability agenda. That's why we are engaged and there are a lot of deployments happening. And to enable the smart manufacturing, there are key things that we can provide as a telecom operator. IoT is a key pillar to enable smart manufacturing. Machine learning, digital twin, all of those requires that underlying infrastructure. That's why if you correlate what I have said in the beginning, the evolution as a telco operator is moving towards ICT because we are having all the needed infrastructure, all the needed skill sets to move ahead in that direction. Agri-tech. What brought agri-tech in the picture, especially here in UAE? I think the pandemic had accelerated a lot of topics. When the pandemic happened, immediately food security was a hot topic in the agenda of most of the nations. And as a country that is limited with resources when it comes to agri-tech, like water and the right soil, the only way for us to succeed here will be innovation when it comes to technology. Technology can be key when it comes to agri-tech and evolving this industry here in UAE. So vertical farming is extremely important. Precision agriculture is extremely important. Whole cold chain management is important. Smart irrigation and fruit traceability. If you look at those 5 key components, especially with our geographical location, with the setup we have, with the soil we have, with all the constraints we have, the only way for us to evolve in agri-tech will be technology, because it will support us a lot when it comes to different aspects in order for us to enable agri-tech. That's why we are heavily engaged when it comes to providing agri-tech with the right solutions, and we have built a specific team in order for us to tackle this area, and there are a lot of advancement happening when it comes to agri-tech. Smart cities. As a UAE national, I think I should be proud when it comes to smart cities, because this topic is there since a decade now or more. UAE had forefronted smart cities execution in the days where this topic was not even being discussed, or it was too tricky to be discussed. And today, we see that we have the right foundation for a smart city, having most of our governmental entities being so close to us in a fingertip through our mobile phone. I think that by itself is a major milestone. But today, we are taking this to the next level. I think smart cities, it's more than having silo cities. It's more about integrating all the elements in the cities in one platform. And that led us toward building the new capabilities when it comes to AI. I think AI and data analytics is the main key driver shifts when it comes to smart city execution. For us, we are way ahead when it comes to infrastructure deployment in smart cities. This is being done. All the discussions that is happening today with our clients, with our partners, to build a single platform, to manage the city, to have an AI capability, to manage the city and data analytics. And we will share with you some examples of whatever execution we are doing in that field. That's why it's a full ecosystem when you will deliver a smart city, and things are interlinked. Smart healthcare, smart living, smart mobility, smart community, and smart utilities. All of those will underlie under one platform that we will manage, and we will offer it to our clients. Why I have kept sustainability to the end? Because all the pillars that we are addressing, they will funnel towards sustainability. Most of the technological advancements that we are delivering in all of those pillars will drive sustainability agenda. And I think most of you are aware sustainability agenda is a key point in the country's agenda. That's why we are hosting COP28 this year. That's why there is a clear ambition toward where we are heading in terms of the carbon emissions. So technology execution, technology implementation is key to do this. I am referring to a report from the UAE Ministry of Climate Change and Environment with certain KPIs set per Emirates to where this specific pillar of sustainability should move. And as an ICT player, we play a major role here. Most of those initiatives when it comes to renewable energy, energy saving, clean energy, water savings, they will not happen if we don't offer the right platform, the right software, the right infrastructure in order for all entities to use those platforms and generate for them the needed data that is required. IoT, big data, AI, most of them are repetitive when it comes to technology execution, and this shows that there is a lot of interlinkage when it comes to the underlying infrastructure that you use across different verticals. So we see that sustainability is one of the biggest growth engines when it comes to all the technologies that are happening, because it's key for the country, it's key for us as a nation to build a sustainable future for our generations. That's why I think most of you realize that our theme, it's all about sustainability, and even the place where you are having the venue in here today. So today, this slide illustrates that most of those pillars that I have discussed before, they fall into sustainability. We are sharing a glimpse of what do we have with some of our clients, and sorry if we missed some, but it's good always to illustrate with examples in order for people to know that there are real execution happening on ground. We are proud when it comes to smart manufacturing to provide edge with a dark factory execution from scratch. We are the main supplier, we are the main system integrator that is doing this execution. We are as well really proud to provide Dubai Silicon Oasis with a full smart city execution that is being live, and that is something really great because it has the latest technology when it comes to managing communities in the latest fashion. When it comes to our sustainability agenda, we are having an engagement with the environmental agency in Abu Dhabi, where we are providing them with all the sensors that are required in order for them to monitor the climate, in order for them to monitor our national pride tree, which is Al-Ghaf tree, in order for them to see whether it is healthy or no, and when it requires certain watering. So at the end, all of the pillars that I have mentioned before, if you correlate them with each other, they funnel all toward the sustainability pillar. That's why I am using the sustainability pillar as the last pillar of the things we are discussing here today. We need to be innovative. And to be innovative, there are certain things that we should execute as an organization, as company, and as individual. That's why those are things that are in our DNA. We have the cross-discipline collaboration. We believe in bridging the gap between the private and the public sector. And that's what you can see even here today in Envision. You can see our partners outside and you can see our clients here. So we are bridging this gap between those two sectors. Governance and regulation is important. That's why we are engaged heavily with the ministry to put a lot of regulations when it comes to smart manufacturing and when it comes to execution. And then we need to have a shared vision in order for us to reach to the destination that we want. At last, thank you very much, and I hope you enjoyed the session, and hopefully we'll see you inshallah next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Jassim, for shedding light on what the future of sustainability will look like. Ladies and gentlemen, the next presentation will be led by Chetan Anand. Chetan is the executive director of our strategic partner Huawei, and he'll be talking to us about Tech for All, enabling an inclusive and sustainable digital world. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming to the stage Chetan Anand.
Good morning, everyone. Salam alaikum. First, a disclaimer. I'm the same guy with a bit of an extra beard and a few kgs. So with that out of the way, I want to welcome all our esteemed partners, our guests, my colleagues and peers, to discuss here about how, as a collective, we can deliver ICT for all to enable a fully connected, open, transparent, and a sustainable world.
$2.7 billion people around the world still have no internet access and don't know how to use the internet. How can we bridge this digital divide? In the face of climate change and biodiversity loss, what can we do? While the world presents innumerable challenges, technology continues to offer innovative solutions. Let's use digital technology to protect remote mountain areas, oceans, forests, wetlands, and other areas. Let's help senior citizens, women, children, people with disabilities, unemployed young people, and everyone else access the digital world. Let's work to empower everyone with digital capabilities and better protect this planet that we call home. Through multilateral cooperation, we can leverage digital technologies like connectivity, cloud computing, AI, and smart devices to enable inclusive and sustainable development. Since 2019, Huawei has been working with governments, customers, international organizations, scientific research institutes, NGOs, and other partners across different domains. Together, we are using digital technology to help build a more inclusive and sustainable digital world.
As you saw, Tech for All for us stands on 4 key pillars: digital inclusion, security and trustworthiness, environmental protection, and healthy and harmonious ecosystem. I want to second Jasim, what he just mentioned. For us, sustainability also forms a core pillar to achieve this, especially in this year and this age where we're celebrating the year of sustainability, and UAE soon will be hosting COP28. Huawei has been extremely fortunate to have worked with different partners, non-profits, government stakeholders, our clients, our different partners, to achieve very tangible sustainability achievements in 46 different projects across the world. These projects have spanned forests, wetlands, oceans, and have relied on our ability to enable data collection, transmission, and analysis for real-time action to preserve the biodiversity and for management of natural resources. Jasim also mentioned a few words around IoT, connectivity, cloud, and AI, and I want to share how we have taken these core capabilities and have applied them in real world to truly enable the technology in preserving our precious ecosystem. I want to highlight 5 specific cases, one in Mexico, Mauritius, China, Norway, and in Italy, to talk about some of the things that we did to preserve these ecosystems. These cases have been selected because we found a bit of a resonance in these projects with the challenges that UAE is facing. For example, in Mexico, we helped safeguard the jaguars by deploying different IoT devices to capture their movements and to see the migration trends to take corrective action in preserving their population. In Mauritius, we are working closely with the government and with the non-profit social NGOs in restoring the coral reefs. And as you know, globally, they are under threat, and they form the very life-giving bed for the whole marine ecosystem. In China, we've deployed sensing 5G AI in order to bring back the storks, which have been native to the youngest wetland ecosystem, and to preserve and to further propagate more species to come back to the wetland ecosystem. In Norway, the indigenous population of Atlantic salmon was under threat from the predatory species, especially the farmed salmon version. And we've deployed technology with real-time filtering mechanism for the Atlantic salmon to preserve the native species and to filter out the predatory species. And finally, in Italy, where we've deployed these autonomous beacons, which have been real-time transmitting actionable data to the cloud to prevent these species and to take corrective action. And I want to share some of these actions in video to give you a bit of a better context.
Nature. We have looked to you to inspire us and help us advance. Under your silent guidance, civilizations have shone and flourished. But today, you face many threats that in turn risks our survival.
Whales, dolphins, and porpoises depend on sound to communicate, to navigate, to forage. to avoid threats and to find mates. But the rapid increase in sea vessels threatens these majestic cetaceans. With the power of technology, we can hear their calls, track their movements. We can help build a safe home in which all marine life can sing and thrive.
Since the 1980s, the population of wild Atlantic salmon has halved due to an invasive species. With the power of technology, we can now identify salmon species in real time and divert invasive Pacific salmon out of the river system, protecting the river ecosystem for native salmon and local people.
Forests absorb large amounts of carbon dioxide, forming natural carbon sinks. But carbon sink accounting and carbon trading are inaccurate and opaque. With the power of technology, a new approach has been created for forests in Switzerland, identifying every tree to protect our green world.
Science and technology inspire innovation, and innovation drives action. Conserving nature with technology. Opening up more possibilities for green development, reducing carbon emissions, helping businesses on the journey to green development, increasing the use of renewable energy, accelerating the shift away from fossil fuels, promoting the circular economy, reducing our excessive demands on nature. Looking to the future, organizations, enterprises, and research institutions, let's join together. Let's open a dialogue with nature through technology. Let's protect our one and only home and build a green and harmonious future together.
I hope I was able to give you a quick snapshot of what our cutting-edge technology is doing on the ground as we speak and all across the world. We have a bunch of more details around it, and I'm happy to share and answer any questions that you might have during coffee or after the session at our screens there. Thank you, and I hope you have a great afternoon. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chaitan, for your presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we've now come to the last presentation of our first session of the day. The next presentation will be led by Pieril Massal, the Vice President and Head of Global Business Development of Atos, our Gold Partners. He will be talking about elevating decision-making in smart cities with innovative platforms. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Pieril Massal.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very proud to be here today in front of this honorable assembly. I will try to present how Atos and AWS can be aside your project and journey towards smart city, sustainability, and all the topics we are addressing today. As you know, the world is accelerating. We want everything and we want it now. The use of created services thanks to the data must therefore fit into this context and take advantage of it. We are no longer in the era of BI or big data based on patiently collected data. We are now in the era of real-time data. The data must be captured when they are produced, and the value derived from it must be immediately available. So the answer to the question, how can the innovative platforms can improve decision-making is obvious. Our analytical systems must take this structural evolution into consideration to be able to deal with real time, both in terms of inputs and outcomes. But in this context, we need to go a step further and try to understand what will be the difficulties, the challenge we will face when we want to deal with real time and we want to obtain the expected results, which is the right decision on the right time. If we start from the assumption that the expected results are perfectly defined, and if we know where we need to find the data to reach these results, I see four major issues in that case. First one is interoperability. Second one is scalability. Third one is security. Fourth one is completeness. If first three are essentially technical topics, the last one integrates a very important human dimension. On my opinion, the main risk of failure of projects dealing with those topics are interoperability, breaking the silos, and completeness. I will therefore focus on those points. Let me return on my premise. We know all the data we need to produce a relevant analysis, and we know where to find these data. So the classical problem we may encounter is not essentially technical. It's to be able to access these data for human reasons. We are not lenders by nature. We want to keep the control of our data. So the main challenge will be to convince the owner or the manager of those data to share it with you. Why would they do so? This is the field of data monetization that was explained previously. In the end, whatever model is chosen, they will do it because they have an interest in it, whatever it is, financial and or operational interest. Whatever. If you allow me, I will avoid to address these particular points today, and I will focus for the rest of my time into explaining how we address and will deal with the question of interoperability. And I will take a few examples from among the projects we have implemented in the recent years with AWS, focusing in particular in the area of sustainability. I will start with a short introduction of the platform we have developed, which is an open source platform called Cognitive Data Platform. And we are working on this very intensively with our partner, AWS. So it's called Cognitive Data Platform. The interest of that data platform is to be a platform of platform, to break all the data silos. And why we believe that this approach is a best of pride approach, because we have founded our strategy based on open source and open standards. And we are doing that with the strong involvement of a non-profit organization based in UE, which is called the Fireware Foundation. The Fireware Foundation, born in 2017, based on the idea, supported by the EU Commission, that we need to create for the European territory an open source approach to be able to deal with the strategic orientation of data sovereignty. So that's where the roots of the Fireware Foundation are. They have built, with the support of private companies such as Atos and AWS, a global open source framework dedicated to the use of data, and in particular, to the use of real-time data. And based on that framework, they have spread their guidelines beyond Europe to the world, promoting, with the support of international bodies, the creation of data models that are standardized. Because to deal with interoperability today, you need to address the way you will combine all the formats of the different data coming from different type of data sources. And all those guidelines provided by the Fireware Foundation are now taken in consideration by all those major international bodies. The Fireware Foundation is invited at the World Economic Forum. They are part of the International Data Association. They are participating to a new program dedicated to the creation in Europe of data space, which is called GaiaX. And they are part of the UN Habitat strategy when it comes to smart cities. So based on that knowledge, we have built, in partnership with AWS, this specific platform that we have implemented in different countries, addressing different topics. And I will focus some example regarding the sustainability. Why sustainability? You have heard today the importance of that topic for the future, for the next generation. And within Atos, this is part of our DNA since a long time. We have been recognized by many organizations as a leader in that domain, linked to our ICT activities. And we have developed for our own purpose specific tools to be more efficient in that domain. And based on that knowledge, we are providing such services to our customer. Some use case to present what we have done in the past years. For instance, we have with AWS implementing that platform of platform in French Riviera in Nice to be able to address a very large range of domains such as mobility, such as smart energy management, such as safety. We are now about to work further with Nice Metropolis and to build something that you already know in Dubai, which is a global command and control center. Linked to that, and also in partnership with Nice Metropolis, we are currently working on an R&D project to be able, funded by the European Commission and with the participation of the Flanders region and a city in Spain. We are focusing on the creation of specific data models integrating the sustainability. And that's something which is currently missing. That's why we are looking forward to be able to provide the result, which will be accessible through the European data portals, and from which any private company could build new services. We have done in Marseille, which is the first largest urban metropolis in France, similar activities based on the same platform to deal with air quality. There, the particularity is that we have deployed 2,000 sensors, air quality sensors, and provided to the citizens that become actors in the domain of sustainability, because thanks to those sensors, they collect real-time data that I shared with the systems. We are currently working with Paris Airport in an international project involving also Milan, Zagreb, and Cluj airports, where we are deploying the solution to address the major topics, which are the environmental performance from flight operation, from passengers and freight perspective, and also from a community perspective. There, we have developed all those services focusing on sustainability, on biodiversity impact, and we are now about to extend the use of the platform to operational services needed, requested by the airport. And that gives me the opportunity to make the link with a current joint investment that we are doing with AWS to create a specific approach based on that solution dedicated to the airport. And we will give, thanks to that solution, the opportunity to all airports to deal with their operations, globally speaking. But we will start to address a specific use case, which is bringing to the travelers a seamless experience during their journey into the airport. And the first use case we want to develop is dedicated to disabled travelers. That should be available by end of this year. We have also deployed same type of solution in Cairo City, and we are currently supporting ACUD, which is the real estate agency in charge of the development of the new administrative capital, to enhance their smart city architecture. Last but not least, also jointly with AWS, we are specifically investing in an offering called My CO2 Compass. It's a branch of services dedicated to the monitoring of your decarbonization trajectory. We encompass all these scopes that are presented today, and the outputs that we can provide are the one you can see on the slides. To conclude, our partnership with AWS is a major differentiator within the market. And this has been recognized by our host, not host, but animator of the Speak Today IDC as a major event to be mentioned today. As a conclusion, I would say that when you have to address these projects where you want to break data silos, I think that you need to create a system which is by nature real-time oriented. Otherwise, you will lose all the interest of combining those different data silos to create the value and to project yourself to a better future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pierre. These French names are tough. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for a well-deserved break. Please enjoy the refreshments, mingle, and be sure to stop by and check out the showcases of our partners. And once we come back from the break, the next session will feature insights from the Ministry of Cybersecurity from our very esteemed speaker, His Excellency, Dr. Mohammed Hamad Al-Kuwaiti. I'll see you guys after the break. I hope you guys enjoyed your refreshment break and checked out all the different displays our partners have just for you here in the foyer area. Now we're about to resume the second of 3 sessions here today. It gives me immense pleasure to invite our next speaker, His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Hamad Al-Kuwaiti, the head of the Cybersecurity Council for the UAE government, who will be talking to us about the future of cybersecurity, empowering Industry 4.0. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in putting your hands together for His Excellency, Dr. Mohammed Hamad Al-Kuwaiti.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh. It gives me great pleasure to be with you all here. and to be of one of the leading frontliner in the domain of cybersecurity. So thank you very much for this invitation. Thank you very much for, again, bringing everybody here, be it government, academia, industries, who we all depend on in doing all of the cybersecurity postures of interest to us all. Allow me first to lay out some of the threat landscape ideas that we see. And I'm sure you already have seen it here. You are the first line of defense that we actually consider here in the nation. A service provider that have so many services across many of those aspects, and this is where we definitely depend on the infrastructures that you, as do, provided across the whole nation. Well, this is not only provisions with a great security, but a great minds and partners who are actually helping us to fulfill the national strategy of cybersecurity. That national strategy of cybersecurity depends on 5 pillars. One of it is to govern, and all of those policies, procedures, legislations, laws, and things that we are actually coming and bringing. And I'm sure you're already working on many of those policies, alhamdulillah, complying and adhering to many of those things, and thank you as well for those. The second pillar is to build, and that's what you are good at. I saw great partners outside. I saw actually some of the products do is actually providing for and across all of the critical infrastructures that we have. And this building is not only to the technology itself, but also to the people, building those capabilities, upscaling, rescaling, and doing many of those aspects that we are actually already depending on. And these are our bet on defending from any of cyber attacks, the people. Well, this is where you're actually building those and helping and training them and raising their awareness, as a matter of fact, even with the community support that we have. The third pillar of cybersecurity, as we all as well, is to protect and defend. And this is the mission we are in. Cybersecurity becomes now a national security, definitely. Not only from a national security, but a geopolitical security matter that there are a risk registry we follow up with our NCEMA, for example. And cybersecurity is on the top of those 5 threats that could impact any nations. And to defend from that, we definitely need everybody on board with us. And guess who's our first line of defense is the service provider, is the team who are actually building those networks that allows our critical infrastructure to continue their daily and routinely work. And the fourth pillar is to innovate. And this is, again, what you are well known of. We've seen great products and services coming and touching not only critical infrastructures, that is actually the main bone or backbone of our society, but also even to the application layer, where many of the ChatGPT, for example, as an example on that perspective, and many of the AI, generative AI that are actually now came in the pictures. And again, as we were discussing a minute ago, it's a two-edged sword and definitely could be used for good, could be used for bad. And we recently, as a matter of fact, investigated some ransomwares that were perpetrated using some features of GPTs. And this is where definitely it's important to really leverage that for the good things of, again, society. And AI for Good is many initiatives that we're actually working together with, again, many entities, many nations, as a matter of fact, and even industries who are working with us hand to hand, shoulder to shoulder, to deliver the resiliency of cybersecurity using this new innovative AI. The last pillar and the most important one is to partner. We cannot do this ourselves. All of these industries, as well as networks, as well as many of the things that we have, is owned by private sectors, is controlled by many of those private sectors. The data generates by many of those infrastructures, as well as even systems that we use, is really surpasses someone's imaginations. Great and big data is already coming and generating, as a matter of fact, in a secondary basis. And these continuously actually evolving. Many of those data, as they always say, who control the data will control the destiny. And this is where we need to ensure this data is actually privately protected from a confidentiality, from all aspects of that life cycles of the data. It's the culture of really having such thoughts of how to really protect your data. And this is the culture. If you really embody this culture within yourself, you will definitely take it as well to your corporate, to your nation, to your good of humanity. And this is what we are actually trying to build, many of those cyber culture across many of the society. We started great initiatives, and the team here actually helped us, and that Cyber Pulse was one of those initiatives that works on not only training the people, but even going all the way to those kids, KGs, in that perspective, all the way to CXOs, and spreading the knowledge of cybersecurity. In a daily basis, we receive so many attacks. And I did state previously, in a basis of about 50,000 attacks in a day. And as a matter of fact, it's actually with the DDoS attack that we had recently even surpassed that 50,000 to a larger number. But the good thing is none of those attacks is left without attending, is left without responding, is left without actually recovering and basically deterring many of those attacks. And that's our goal. We cannot do it ourselves, as we always say, all of the partners helping us on that. So my message here to you all is to really learn from those attacks, to really develop that cybersecurity culture, not to yourself only, to your corporate, but to the whole society. Their security is our security. The more we depend on each other in securing each other's information as well as infrastructure, this is how we will definitely prevail and work and really raise into the higher security standards that we are actually aiming at. UAE today ranked as the 5th nation on the global cyber indexing under the ITU, the United Nations competitiveness as well as ranking that they actually usually do in that perspective. Alhamdulillah, we did not achieve that except with the collaboration of everybody's in this room. So cyber culture is important to us. Let's all work together in defending each other and really raise the awareness even to our kids. And that's what we always aim at. We cannot do it ourselves. We need everybody's help here. Thank you very much, and hope you will have a great event as well with everybody here. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Highness. Ladies and gentlemen, for our next session, we have a panel discussion titled Building a Sustainable UAE. To moderate this panel discussion, I would also like to invite back onto the stage Ranjit Rajan. I would also like to invite our panel members, His Excellency Ahmed Baghoum, CEO of Masdar City, Shukri Eid, General Manager of the Gulf Levant and Pakistan region at IBM, and Mohammed Al-Jalad, CTO and Director of Hewlett-Packard Enterprise in the UK, Ireland, Middle East, and Africa. Gentlemen, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you. So sustainability is the salient or the underlying theme of the event today. It's becoming a key priority for organizations in the UAE. We see that organizations need to make strategic, operational, and technological changes in order to achieve their sustainability goals. We see in our research, for example, we see that nearly half of the UAE organizations that we surveyed recently say that they are that they are focusing on sustainability. They're making initial ad hoc initiatives around sustainability and trying to align across the organization on sustainability goals. And of course, technology plays a key role in enabling these sustainability initiatives. And again, nearly half of the organizations in the UAE that we surveyed recently say that they're investing in digital technology in order to enable their sustainability initiatives. So with that context, it's great to have this eminent panel with me here today. And I would like to once again welcome my panelists here, His Excellency Ahmed Beghoum, the CEO of Masdar City, Shukri Aid, General Manager for Gulf, Levant, and Pakistan at IBM, and Mohammed Al-Jallad, CTO for a wide region, including Europe and Middle East and Africa at HP Enterprise. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining me today on this discussion. Your Excellency, if I can start with you. So 2023 is of course, for the UAE, it is the year of sustainability. We are proud to be hosting COP28 this year. And the UAE has made a commitment to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. But Masdar City has been on this path of net zero for 15 years, I believe. Can you tell us a little bit more about what Masdar City has done, and what are the kind of, give us an overview of your sustainability strategy and some of your key achievements?
Thank you, Ranjit, for this great question. Assalamu alaikum, dear audience. Of course, thank to Du for really organizing such a great platform for us to come along. And I believe as being at Masdar City, we are a platform where technologies will pour in, where these applications will really come into reality and into application. So as you've said, Ranjit, the journey with Masdar City have started in 2006 through the careful and really thoughtful leadership of this country, the thought of sustainability as the main core moving forward and advancing towards the future. And today, no surprise, sustainability is the mainstream. It's no more a wish list, it's a must-do. And you can see more organizations, more countries are really adhering and coming along. 2006, when we started, there were a lot of challenges from a technology, from financially, as well as from the culture-wise. But today, I'm proud to say that we have proven that sustainability, and I think Dr. Al-Kuwaiti have highlighted many pillars of cybersecurity. I can highlight 3 pillars of sustainability. Of course, one being the commercial sustainability. So we wanted to create a blueprint of smart cities that are adaptable and applicable somewhere else, not only here in Abu Dhabi or in UAE. We wanted to create also environment sustainability. So we really, this is the core of what we do day in and day out. For us, of course, we are very grateful celebrating the year of sustainability, but for us in Masdar City, every year has been the year of sustainability moving forward. Of course, COP28 is ahead of us. We are ramping up all our activities with our partners, whether within UAE or outside, to really make sure that we showcase and demonstrate our efforts so far in this platform. So our journey was never easy. As I said, we started with a great mission to achieve more sustainable urban development on the country and, of course, in the region. It's very great today that you can see most of the countries around us have already adapted smart cities models, and this is great. Some people say it's a competition. I say no, it is. This is what we've been created for, to really make it applicable somewhere else, because ultimately it's 40% of the carbon emissions are contributable to cities. So we've started, as I said, with creating LEED platinum and LEED gold buildings. Today we have the most concentration of LEED platinum buildings on one single location. And then these buildings, or our buildings, were able to really conserve 40% in terms of water, 40% in terms of energy. Then we had our first, I would say, net zero or eco villa that we've created in 2017. And again, that came through with a lot of data. And I think, again, Dr. Kuwaiti have said, who owns the data owns the destiny. We have created the data, and so we are creating our destiny for Abu Dhabi and for UAE today. Moving forward, and again, in celebrating COP28 here in UAE, we'll be announcing the first net zero building, commercial building. Again, it's easier said than done. Imagine a building that's needs zero energy to really energize the building. The building will be able also to save more than 50% of its water consumption. So it's a great story for us, really, to be able to adapt and create more sustainable buildings within our community. Today we are a house of more than 1,000 companies. Some of them are really large companies like Siemens Energy, Honeywell, Lockheed Martin. But what's important that our partnership with BP even to create the catalyst, which we invest in small to medium enterprises, focusing on climate tech. And again, we are one of the few, I would say, initiatives that really focus on climate tech, and we welcome innovations and ideas to really be part of our community. It is a journey that has been led for more than now 15 years, 16 years. The future for us is even brighter because, as you've highlighted, UAE is already committed to net zero by 2050. We have committed to that much earlier, and we hope that we will even achieve that at Masdar City well in advance, of course, and we welcome all the partnerships from different platforms, government or private sector. We work closely with DO on, again, smart city and automation of Masdar City, and we are proud of that partnership between us and DO. Hopefully, we'll announce it also by COP28, and it will be a game changer for smart cities and how data are really collated, analyzed, and progressed towards creating even smarter and more sustainable cities.
Thank you so much for that, Your Excellency. If I can come to you, Shukri, next. So from IBM's standpoint, of course, technology plays such a key role, right, in enabling many of these sustainability initiatives and so on. From IBM's standpoint, what are the, what is IBM's strategy towards enabling sustainability for countries, communities, and so on?
So, thank you. Thanks for the opportunity. I'm glad to be here. I think even in the question you started actually highlighting different buckets of how we can analyze that question. One of them has to do with, of course, IBM as a company itself and our own contribution and commitment to sustainability, which we can talk about whether it's within our organization boundaries or the larger community, but also as a technology company is actually how do we enable our customers to be able to meet some of the challenges around answering the sustainability question. And we built our practice, our portfolio, our software to address those challenges. I can start with the first one being a matter of visibility and how our understanding is getting more sophisticated about the different asset classes within the business operations, but also the wider environment. If you think about the scope, whether it's a city, a community, a building, or even a single asset, a big role that the technology is playing at the moment, including IBM, is giving our customers the visibility on the real-time data that comes out from all those assets, including now with the hyperconnectivity that was mentioned earlier around IoT. And that is a big part of the work we do, whether, for example, even in the way we manage assets, a bridge in Denmark, so the Great Built Bridge, by increasing the lifespan of that bridge by 100 years, which is being done today through asset management, you are actually emitting the impact of around 750,000 tons of CO2 by this single asset in a city. And you can extend that to the visibility that we offer to supply chains and to your IT infrastructure, which is a big also CO2 emission footprint. So that's one aspect of what technology can do. Increasingly, I think that visibility has allowed, whether it's countries or companies, to start thinking about where they are and actually having ambitions, like saying, me as a country, I want to be by in 2050, I want to be net neutral. We couldn't do that when we didn't know what entails and how far are we from the net zero. And therefore, now we are getting to a place where there is a lot of the analytics and AI that is needed to make sense of that data that we are collecting on behalf of our customers to be able to benchmark themselves and to start turning that ambitions into educated actions. So which is the COP28 mantra of is actually want to be a summit of action. So that's the other aspect of how we are providing, whether ESG reporting through our portfolio or educating competing factors and competing initiatives within a sustainability strategy for an organization like what we are doing with ADNOC and others, and we can talk about some of those examples. And the third one, of course, is the green IT. How can we turn the IT infrastructure, which is, if you think about data centers are actually consuming around 1% of the total electricity production worldwide, and however, it's also one of the most fastest growing when it comes to the energy consumption of those data centers. So how can we give visibility to that type of assets and help our customers follow what we call responsible IT, like, for example, the IBM cloud carbon calculator and so many of those initiatives. So I think whether it's technology overall or it's an IBM in particular, as I said, there is a lot around visibility. There is a lot around using AI, which is at the moment two-thirds of CEOs are saying they are going to deploy AI capabilities to answer sustainability, sophisticated modeling, or is it greener IT as part of what we call responsible IT?
Thank you very much. I think it covers a number of different areas in terms of where technology directly impacts, sustainability reporting and so on and so forth. But also, the other aspect is how do we bring in more, decarbonization of IT itself, which is the data center and green IT and so on. So, Mohammed, if I can come to you, with that segue. So how do HPE view this? What is your view on sustainability? What are the big initiatives and strategies from
Sure,
HPE?
and thank you for the question and hosting me. Actually, we believe at Hewlett-Packard Enterprise that technology greatest promise lies in its potential for a positive change. And HPE has always been an engine of innovation, and our people across the world are looking beyond customer needs to advance meaningful outcomes and deliver on our purpose to advance the way people live and work. But while we also advance our business objectives, we remain laser focused on environmental, social, and governance initiatives, and we incorporate them into HPE business strategy. With our vision of a climate resilient and digitally inclusive world, we are committed to developing solutions that bring a positive social and environmental impact while maximizing the benefits to our customers, shareholders, team members, and most importantly, communities in which we operate. We keep setting and pursuing ambitious ESG goals, and we keep assessing them regularly, and those assessments are overseen by official committees. And I can give you a few examples. HPE committed to a net zero greenhouse gas emission by 2040. We set a goal in ourselves, or KPIs, to source 50% of our electricity from renewable resources by 2022. And I'm glad to say we surpassed that by 2%. We are shifting our internal fleets to electric vehicles. We are optimizing our internal operations. We are diverting non-hazardous waste from landfills. We do 90% every year. And there are two aspects of sustainability here. There is, as you rightly mentioned, that your esteemed guest, there is sustainability in IT and IT for sustainability. So we are also working with many clients into huge simulations of the Earth to predict, leveraging AI, to predict the behaviors of human and the impact that it could happen in the world. And we're also using, we're a leader in supercomputing domains, and we're also concerned about the low consumption of energy when it comes to those systems. And 4 of our systems made it to the top 10 of the top 500 green list. And we're working with the Arabian destination Earth Moonshot. And we on a supercomputer called Lumi, which is using 100% carbon-free hydroelectricity. So there are many initiatives, in addition to the solutions that we deliver to our customers to support supply chains and the whole ecosystem, because we can never, ever reach to zero by ourselves. We have to really cooperate and partner, and I heard the partner buzzword extensively in this event. So this is just a few examples for you.
Thank you, Mohammed, for that. Your Excellency, if I can come back to you, technological innovation has been key to your achievements and success so far. Can you shed some light on those technological innovations that you've been pursuing, specifically areas like clean tech and autonomous transport and so on and so forth? What are the key technological innovations that you're pursuing, and how are you working with the broader ecosystem to drive that innovation?
Sure. Again, technology is a backbone, is a pillar of our smart city today. We've started long back, and I think when people were just talking about, I'll just for example, autonomous vehicles. I mean, we've had that for more than 12 years. We have commuted, more than 3 million passengers within Masdar city. And again, that was not doable or achievable without the technological, collaboration with our partners, again, locally as well as internationally. Our smart city application that we are also today engaging with DO to implement is a great testament of such collaborations. We've been in discussions with DO and other partners to really adapt and advance. And again, people talk about smart cities, people talk about AI, but for us, it is happening as we speak. The guys are there, delivering the project, and hopefully we will announce it by COP28. So for us, it is an enabler. And of course, on the other side, we have the generation of our sustainable, power generation through the 10 megawatt. That again, when we launched in 2009, was the largest in the MENA region. Of course, today it's a drop in an ocean because again, Abu Dhabi has the largest single-sited PV panels in Al-Noor project, which is 2 gigawatt. So as the technology advances, of course, we become users and we adapt. And for us, it is with time, technologies become not only available, but become more cost-effective, and we really enjoy that because we are really keen to adapt and implement the latest technologies within Masdar city to create that smart and sustainable city concept. Another aspect is, of course, many platforms that we use today. We are proud to have our partner, Mohammed bin Zayed University of Artificial Intelligence, being based in Masdar city, which is again with our other partners are creating different platforms within AI to make it easy. We have also ATRC and TII that are partners, and they're looking into areas of bioscience, water, environment, energy generation, to really adapt AI, adapt the latest technologies. And for us, Masdar city is a testbed. The most recent project that was announced between two of our key partners, ADNOC and Tabreed, is again generating district cooling from geothermal, and these wells are at Masdar city. So it's a lot of technologies, a lot of adaptation of these technologies that we are keen to have. We've been working with many partners to really make it more sustainable, to make it more affordable for citizens and for business to be established within Masdar city.
Excellent. So it seems like a lot of activity and initiatives that you're driving. And I think technology.
20 minutes are not enough to really
20
talk
minutes
about
are enough.
all
Yes,
of those,
probably
yes.
need a whole number of days to go through them. But thank you so much for that brief insight into what you're doing. Shukri, if I can come back to you, when you talk to customers and organizations in public and private sectors in the UAE and so on sustainability, so what are their priorities? And in terms of technological, coming from IBM, of course, the technological investments that they need to make and so on. So what are you hearing, and any examples? I think you briefly mentioned a few when you commented earlier, some of the organizations. Can you elaborate a little bit?
Of course, absolutely, and I second His Excellency about the different levels at which sustainability capabilities are being built. The example that His Excellency used, Mohammed bin Zayed University, for example, there are 5 IBM full-time researchers working on AI projects specifically for the environmental impact within UAE. So there are a lot of those partnerships, which I think is a big takeaway, that those sustainability issues need really strategic partnerships for those problems to be solved. But looking at many of the customers, regardless of the nature of business they are in, there are probably 2 or 3 things that are quite fundamental. One of them has to do with the sustainability issues for those corporations is not being solved in isolation. If you look at the challenges that organizations are facing today from, they're battling with high inflation, they're trying to sort out bottlenecks in global supply chains, they have customer expectations and priorities that sometimes are actually competing among one factor and the other, and therefore trying to come up with a sustainability agenda that is actionable, that is true, that can serve your business and address your business operations sustainability becomes very overwhelming very, very quickly because of the complexity of all those factors. And that's why I went back to how do you offer visibility over what are those factors are, where we are on them, and what's the relationship and the impact between them using AI and other models is critical. I think the other challenge that we also see is a matter of technical capabilities. When you go and take actions, do you have actually a system in place that can tell you whether that action or that initiative that you have taken has actually moved you closer or farther away from your, unintentionally from your sustainability objectives? That's a big thing. Being able to benchmark those initiatives against your own situation, but also against other players with similar business models and sizes is also very critical, and that's what technology can offer with, and that is a big challenge to many of the organizations that we are doing. That's the work we are doing with ADNOC, because ADNOC, we're helping them create what they call the ESG Basic Sustainability Hub, which is an innovative platform that tries to make sense of all those moving factors, which are, of course, in thousands and tens of thousands, and being able also to bench themselves against other many frameworks and global standards is another challenge. A third challenge which we are helping our customers with addresses the lack of talent, really specialized, sustainable talent that is institutional within the organization is becoming very big. And even in organizations that actually manage to attract limited and retain some of that limited talent, usually that talent operates a little bit in an isolation because everyone believes that this is a separate agenda from all the other business priorities that we need to manage, is separate from our operations, which can't happen. And that's why whether in our as a technology vendor or through our IBM consulting, we're trying to complement those talent and make that linkage between the metrics that usually those environmental and sustainable talent is measured on and the other benchmark and the business outcomes of the operations. Those are 3 challenges that we see repeatedly, coming, through our work with, for example, on the carbon footprint of the IT footprint of Abu Dhabi Statistics Center, ADNOC, which I mentioned. We have a very similar sort of projects going on now on AI and sustainability in Saudi and Saudi Arabia with the Ministry of Energy there and many other players here in the region, including in the UAE. So very, very sort of similar challenges if you look at them at a macro level.
Thank you for that, Shukri. Mohammed, if I could come to you, and I think we'll have to conclude our panel discussion very, very soon. So you spoke about IT for sustainability and sustainable IT, right? So what's the advice that you give to your customers, and where are you supporting your customers on those fronts here in the UAE?
Yeah, I'm glad to say that. I think in the UAE, pretty much UAE is leading the way in taking this initiative, right? And most of the customers, if not all, they're having sustainability in the top of their agenda. I think sustainability is not a choice anymore. It's becoming an imperative. And pretty much every conversation touches that topic, and all of them, they're trying to build their strategy. What I would say is to get the strategy right, lean into partners, seek supports, and then set KPIs and report them, assess them neutrally with some external organizations, and start executing on those. As you rightly said, maybe sustainability in IT is a lower part, but also IT for sustainability, like the weather simulations, optimizing the generation of good energies, the shift to optimizing operations, what His Excellency highlighted on the city planning, etc. projects. These are all great elements that will eventually not tick the box, but rather support the generations that are coming to this planet. So I'm glad to see that everyone is taking that journey. Everyone is at different levels, but getting there as fast as soon as they can is the advice I would say.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we are completely out of time. This is a topic that probably requires several days of discussion. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining me on this discussion. Audience, please give them a round of applause for their insights and comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ranjit, for another wonderful job moderating. And thank you to our panel members for sharing their valuable knowledge with us. Ladies and gentlemen, for our next presentation, I would like to invite Julian Burton, the lead at Azure Business of the CEMA region of Microsoft. He'll be talking to us about a future powered by AI. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming to the stage Julian Burton.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope that you're doing fine. It's a lot of information this afternoon. Fantastic session. Before I start, I want to thank DO and IDC, and obviously the Ministry of Industry and Advanced Technology for having us here. And you know what? I'm going to give you more information. And I hope you're fine with that, because I'm going to talk about AI. Oh, no surprise. Anybody has heard about AI recently? Yes? Do you guys think we are talking about AI? AI is everywhere, right? Well, you know what? We believe that generative AI is going to have an impact on society that's equivalent to the Industrial Revolution that has been going through in the 19th century. That's how big we believe the advancements of AI are going to change society, are going to change everything we do. And I'm always very, very excited as a citizen in the UAE to be talking about advanced technology in the United Arab Emirates. Why? Because as has been said before in the sessions, UAE is at the forefront of innovation. UAE is at the forefront of adoption of AI. And you guys see this, hope, in the interaction that you have on your daily life, right? Remember when the UAE pioneered the flight of the first taxi, pilotless taxi? That was fantastic, super exciting stuff. So very excited to be with you today. So AI is everywhere, I just said it, right? And I want to talk a little bit about a couple of data points that are important and I think relevant for all of you. One is that AI private investment has doubled in less than 1 year. Can you imagine this? Let me repeat this. AI private investments have doubled in less than 1 year. Amazing data. By the way, the data source on the slide, so you can check that for you later. Imagine that now the AI revolution is only starting. And I will talk to you a little bit about the history of AI and how we can only dream about the use cases that are coming forward, right? The second point is very important. We see 5-time increase in research around AI fairness. I'll tell you a little bit more about how AI model works and what they mean for you and for us as individuals, right? Very, very important to remember that everything AI does is based on data. It's been trained on certain data sets. We need to ensure that those data sets are fair for everyone, that those data sets are inclusive of everyone. We at Microsoft develop AI around 6 principles. One of them is fairness, the other one is inclusiveness. Secure, reliable, and accountable are others as well, yeah? Very important dimensions. And for those of you who are seeking to adopt AI in your organization, and hopefully after this presentation you will be excited to do so, it's going to be important that you keep in mind those principles, particularly the fair one. AI has the power to change every single one of our lives here. The third point is 50% of organizations have adopted AI in the last, in at least one business area. This is important. We ran a survey with companies, and 87% of companies believe that AI will give them a competitive edge. And you know what? When I use that AI in my own life and the impact it has on me, I believe it too. I do believe it too. And that's why there are more and more implementation projects around AI. What I want to do now is show you a very short video that summarizes the impact that AI has today and will have in the future on us, our life, society, and our businesses. well. Oh, it's a live presentation. Let me try that again. Well, okay, we'll skip the video because I think it's not playing, so sorry for that. Anyway, so the video was summarizing that AI will have an impact on business, society, different use cases, and on sustainability. And I think some of the presentation you saw this morning were talking about how AI has helped preserve life and continue to help us preserve the planet. Let me start with a quick roadmap. A very important roadmap, because some people, and there is a misconception, very important misconception, believe that AI is something that's it's a very recent technology. Well, you know when AI started. Are you all familiar with Alan Turing? You know the famous British mathematician, all right? Alan Turing is considered the father of robotics and the father of logic and AI. In 1954, he released a paper, a scientific paper. It's available, it's public on the web, you can find that information. And in that paper, he describes what is famously known as the Turing test. What is the Turing test? The Turing test is a test that will test robots and virtual machines against a human, and in that test, you as a human have to detect if the person you are talking to is a robot, a machine, or another human being. That was the Turing test. So AI, artificial intelligence, and its derivative and application and interaction with us humans has been at the forefront of research since the 50s. Machine learning, actually the term that I've been using just now, has actually been derived in 1959. And research around machine learning and algorithm to make sure we define, categorize words, and be capable of restituting those words to us as humans in the form of a human language is a research that's been going on since the end of the 50s. And in the 60s. The second big step is deep learning. So machine learning, the research started in 1959, but the progress, they were very limited because it was very, very hard to derive the right performance for a computer to have proper human interactions. When I interact with any one of you here, when we talk, the words and the response time is very important, otherwise the conversation looks very scattered. Yes? That's why deep learning was a big breakthrough in 2017. What's the difference between machine learning and deep learning? Well, deep learning is capable of making way more complex interactions on a model or on a given word with way more dimensions in much faster time. Think of it as they've improved significantly the algorithm that enable machines to interact with us. That's it. And obviously, in 2021, the release of ChatGPT and generative AI. Maybe this is the first time you hear about generative AI. What is the key attribute of ChatGPT? I don't know if you guys know. ChatGPT is called an LLM, large language model. It's been trained on 45 terabytes of data, of words. 45 terabytes of words, just to give you an idea, it's a couple of trillion words. ChatGPT is a model that has been trained on the largest set and subset of characters and words in the history of artificial intelligence. That's why it is a massive breakthrough. And this breakthrough came through because of the breakthrough on deep learning. If it wasn't for deep learning and the supportive mathematical algorithm, ChatGPT would not exist today. And obviously you may ask, why am I talking about ChatGPT, right? Well, because ChatGPT allows us to completely transform, generative technology allows us to completely transform the way we work, the way we interact with technology, the way we interact with each other, the way we run businesses, the way we run society, the way we run government. Here is what generative AI will make us go through and transform the way we do applications and the way we interact. Current apps, constrained interactions, yes? Take any applications you're familiar with, and I'm not going to name any, but I'm just going to use my bank as an example. I'm going safe. When I go on my bank account, I only do bank account things, right? If I want to ask for an investment, I need to call somebody at the teller, I need to take an appointment with a specific investment banker, correct? Right? That's what the current environment is, because the data and the applications are very siloed. They are hard-coded. They are hard-coded on a fixed set of data. My application, my banking application, if I go back to that, is hard-coded on payments and account transfer. That's it. There is nothing else behind it, right? And if you think about it, if you want to change any of that, it's very complex. APIs are not standard because one bank develops its own application, another one a different one. Well, generative AI will completely change this. And I will share with you a couple of examples. First of all, you're not going to interact through an application, through a keyboard. You can talk to your app. You can talk to your application. How many times now have you been online with an AI and you don't know it was an AI? That's the power of generative AI. That's the power of intelligence that we can bring into the application. The second one, I told you that ChatGPT has been trained on 45 terabytes of data, right? But you know what? You can enrich ChatGPT with your own data to make ChatGPT personalized. So instead of having an anonymous, conversation with someone who doesn't know anything about you or me, you can have a dedicated conversation with someone who knows your passion. Let's imagine you love golf. Well, the person will be able to talk to you through your passion. Important, right? This is the power of generative AI. You will be combining the memory of humanity, 45 terabytes of data, plus your own data to give you the best possible experience. Imagine if you want to book a travel and automate that. The recommendation that you are going to get are going to be recommendations based on what you love and places you love, because you love to spend your vacation in the mountain, not at the beach. How do they know that? Because you will have your data enriching ChatGPT, so it can give you an experience of places you may have never heard of before. And the last one, you can quickly deliver new things. Why? Because generative AI enable you to get access to the technology much faster. It enables you to actually generate the technology for you. I will show you that and how we do that at Microsoft. So the different use cases in industry, I'm not going to go too much on this, but 3 things for you to remember. 3 use cases that today AI dominates. Number 1, document management. Document management is one of the sweet spots of AI implementation. When you implement mass and millions of invoices, paper documents, AI can help you. Form recognition and automating the back office process. That's number 1 use case of AI. The number 2 use case of AI today that we see across different industries is around inventory management and demand management. There is nothing like generative AI better to predict what customers are going to want based on consumption patterns, based on how customers are interacting between different periods of the year, between different days, and different festivities of different religion, all of this. AI is again a sweet spot to help you that. And the last one, which I think is one that I'm personally very excited about, is hyper-personalization. Because of what I shared with you earlier, because ChatGPT is trained on such a large data set, and because we can enrich that data set with our own personal data, you will have the best personalized experience of any technology you can find today. These are the power. Obviously, there is other use cases. There are 2 specific, very specific use cases I want to share with you today. And one is Mercedes-Benz. I don't need to introduce Mercedes-Benz as a brand, I hope. But what is important is that I don't know how many of you struggle with a car. I'm a sports car fan, right? And whenever I go into my car, sometimes I have the car assistant coming on and talking to me while I didn't really trigger the car assistant, to be honest. Sometimes I respond to the car assistant in my poor English, and you know what? The car assistant does not understand me. And I'm getting very, very frustrated with my car. I guess some of you will be able to guess the brand of the car, right? Well, you know what? Mercedes, to solve that problem, it's not a Mercedes, by the way. Mercedes, to solve that problem, what they did is they adopted generative AI technology, ChatGPT technology, with Microsoft Azure to enable their customers, the drivers of their car, to have a human-like interaction with the car. And guess what now? In the new Mercedes, you can literally ask the car to find you an Italian restaurant that does the pasta the way you like it, and the car will give you an answer and will drive you to that restaurant. This is the future. This is the future of generative AI. This is the power of generative AI and the cloud of Microsoft. This is what Microsoft and the partnership with OpenAI that we have now for a couple of years, the $10 billion partnership that we've announced a couple of years back, is enabling us to bring to you here in the UAE with our partner do. That's the power of generative AI. And I really encourage you to go and read about this case, it's a public case, and read about the feedback of Mercedes customers. Imagine how much surprise you can do to your loved one in the car and talk to your car and get the car to drive you to a place that your loved one doesn't know about, but he or she will love. It's fantastic. The second use case I want to talk about is about American Airlines. You all know American Airlines as an airline, right? American Airlines had a massive issue. Lots of customers, lots of changes of flight. How many of us have been in a situation where you reach an airport, the weather is not so good? You saw what happened in London Airport earlier this week when the whole radar system and routing system went down because of a wrong command. You saw this? I don't know if you saw this. I don't know if any of you were impacted. I hope you were not. But you know what? Those airlines have massive issues. They're managing a lot of data points at one single time, yeah? And they need to keep us, travelers, updated in real time, because otherwise we start to be very upset. I'm very upset if my airline doesn't tell me, Julian, don't go to the airport too early, because you know what? There is a massive problem with our radar system. I'm getting upset. I don't want to wait 8 hours at the airport. This is exactly the problem American Airlines had. And you know what? They were sitting on a disjointed set of data. Different applications. You remember what I said at the beginning of my presentation. You know what? By adopting cloud, by modernizing the data estate, they unleash the power of an integrated support system that streamlined entirely more than 100 customer-facing applications. Now, why am I talking about a customer that has modernized the data estate? Because there is one important thing about generative AI. If any of you here in this room wants to take the full benefits of the examples I shared with you earlier, of all the power that ChatGPT can harness for you, for your business, for your government, you will need to make sure that you have a modern data estate to support that. That's the key. Data proximity and the way your data is structured will be important, because you want to enrich ChatGPT with your own personal data. Do has its own set of customers here in the UAE, correct? Right? So Do wants to make sure that the data is relevant for their customers, not for the customers of DIWA, no. Different sets of customers. That's why data estate modernization enables you to harness the maximum benefits of leveraging the power of generative technology. Last but not least, how we at Microsoft are we leveraging this technology? Well, we'll talk about two things. Number one, Copilot. I hope you've heard about Copilot. If you haven't heard about Copilot, let me quickly guide you. We have a tool called GitHub. GitHub is a tool that developers, if any of you is a developer here, loves. It's the largest repository sharing technology on the planet today. It's called GitHub. GitHub use Copilot. What does Copilot do? It enables, at any given time, GitHub to generate code on behalf of your developer. You just talk in plain English or in plain Arabic, it works, or in plain French. You notice I speak French, maybe? And you can generate the code that you want in any language that you want. That's the power of Copilot. Copilot can debug code for you. You know that developers spend 60% of their time debugging. That's the worst task they have to do, but that's what they do. Copilot can debug on your behalf. You know what Copilot can do as well? Copilot can find security breaches within your code. We had His Excellency talking about security earlier and how important security is here in the Middle East and in Dubai. Well, Copilot can do that for you. And we've launched Copilot for security. We've launched Copilot for data. We have Copilot for coding, obviously, through GitHub. We also introduced, just a couple of months back, Copilot for office and modern work. Imagine if you can talk to your laptop and ask your laptop to do a presentation. I'm Julian, I wake up this morning and I'm being asked to be on stage here at this beautiful event. Thank you again. And I can tell my laptop, you know what? I can talk to my computer and tell my computer, I want to have a PowerPoint presentation that's going to talk about generative AI. Give me a little bit of roadmap, Give me a couple of use cases around those industries and this, and the presentation is done. Voila. Nothing else for you to do. That's the power of Copilot. Copilot will be embedded in every single technology we do at Microsoft. It's embedded in our search engine. For those who are using Bing, we incorporate ChatGPT into Bing now. You can talk to it. It will talk back to you in plain language, any language you want. Most of the major languages worldwide are supported. GitHub I spoke about, and if you're a video game fan, we are introducing personalized recommendation on video games, and more to come. Stay tuned to that. I will close by saying that obviously you want to make sure that wherever you're going to store your data, or wherever you are going to work on those generative technology for your company, for your ministry, for you as an individual, your data is secure. Well, that's the power of Microsoft. As you know, we have data centers here in the country, okay, in partnership with Do. We are hosting your data here, and you can leverage the power of modern technology on the data estates, and you can leverage the power of generative AI that I've talked to you earlier today. I want to thank you for having given me this opportunity. I hope this presentation was useful. If you want more information around Copilot technology or ChatGPT and OpenAI technology, feel free to contact us. Obviously, all the links and the data points are in my presentation. Thank you again, and have a great afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julian. Ladies and gentlemen, our next presentation will be by our silver partner, Nokia. The presentation will be provided by Dr. Herbert Mittenmeyer, the Principal of Enterprise and Vertical Practice of Bell Labs Consulting. He'll be talking to us about accelerated digitalization, the industrial revolution powered by 5G networks. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to present to you Dr. Herbert Mittenmeyer.
Yeah, thank you very much for having the opportunity here to share a bit of my beliefs, our opinions about, yes, the digitalization and what is needed from the technology perspective, but also from the implementation perspective. I want to start with Claude Shannon. You probably know the picture, everybody who was studying or listening in school on information theory, on sampling rates, on noise, etc., is knowing what he did. The Shannon theorem was invented 1984, and he cited this sentence, which is written down over there. We know the past, but we cannot control it because it's history. We control the future because we are standing here and discussing about the future, but we cannot really know it. We know it when it's then happening. So we need to do a little bit of speculation, and this is what Bell Labs is doing since 1925. I'm very proud to be in Bell Labs, Bell Laboratories, for quite some while. And now let me share what we are thinking about. What are the trends of the world of 2030? There is a lot of discussion about what will happen, what is the hype here, what is the metaverse, the AI, the sustainability, nature, all of that we have heard. But do we really believe in it? And do we really also derive our actions, our business decisions out of it? And this is what we are writing here on this slide. That's why I put it on the forefront. We believe things like from outside geopolitical changes, sustainability, greenification. Of course, this is happening. Of course, also the digitalization is happening. I would rather say it's the digitization, to be precise. It's the coding of analog values into digital values. That's it for the time being. The other side is to do something with the data you have, but there is some loss in between, and I am picky on this one. Moving an analog value to a digitized value is always meaning to have an information loss. We need to cope with that. I come back in a minute on that. And of course there are user needs. We had just heard about bad examples with the car, with the airline. So the consumability of these super intelligent solutions which we are putting together is a key driver, otherwise it would be useless. So now what does that mean for technology? And this is what we are betting on. Of course there is cloud, multi-cloud, private cloud, edge cloud, combined with 5G and of course even more in 6G. There is much more immersive information towards the body. So the human, the body comes into the picture with human augmented interaction. Of course, this is done via some intelligence, which is AI and ML. So first comes ML, machine learning. Second comes decision making with the help of AI. And of course, it must be secure. Then blockchain comes into the picture. And that is somehow glued together with the metaverse. Now, what is the metaverse in our sense? It's threefold. We cannot just say there is one metaverse in the future. Metaverse is the digital representation of the reality with some losses because of the digitization. And I'm not speaking about consumer metaverse for the time being, because this is a whole different story. We are speaking about enterprise, business solution, B2B, and there we have roughly two flavors of it. Enterprise metaverse, more IT-centric, industrial metaverse, more OT-centric. And I try to emphasize more on the second one, because the first one is more for the employees, in order, for example, to generate a new PowerPoint with the help of ChatGPT, which is marvelous. I love it. But now let's talk about enterprises which are doing productivity jobs, needs to improve their efficiency, their productivity, and their safety. And there, two major angles are coming up. The one is the support for the humans, right? For the workers, for the doers, which is sometimes dangerous, difficult, boring, whatever. So the human augmentation is the right modern word for that, supporting people, supporting humans in order to do a more productive job, a more efficient job, and helping her to do a safer job. Very important there. And the whole stuff about protective environment for people is there. What is the precondition? It must be connected. So when we say human augmentation, we say connecting people not only with a phone, but with a full video-enabled device, whatever it is. And the other thing is the digital physical fusion, which is the process in the industry itself. Industries is doing something. There are continuous processes, there are stepwise processes. Things come in, things come out, products come out. Unfortunately, also things like pollution come out. And this is the process-driven thingy. And the more you can tune and improve the process with the help of digital twin and metaverse and AI ML, because this is where the intelligence and the improvement is coming on, that the digital physical fusion is helping us. So that's the core of what we believe is in industrial metaverse. And now I drill it even down to, okay, I said it already, I hinted, a precondition is that you are transferring the digitized values from A to B to C to the digital twin and back, because we want to have decision making. So it's more than just a one-way communication in collecting data with massive IoT, for example. It's much more of bringing back the data after doing the decision making, hopefully in the industrial metaverse, in the digital twin, because we speculate that the augmented intelligence is doing more clever decisions than the human intelligence, which is normal. We believe in that, because machine can learn much more than human can. We have heard 45 terabyte of data was put in the ChatGPT, and that's why they can make clever answers. So, but it goes wider. The network capabilities are now not just about transferring data fast, so fast in terms of volume, but also fast in terms of latency, so really reacting fast, and many, many more other aspects in the 5G and 6G network, which we typically don't need in consumer business. So, and that's why I thank you very much to be able to share these thoughts here in this auditorium, because we are speaking in enterprise business for customer service providers, communication service providers, sorry, much more about much more sophisticated features in 5G and 5G advanced and later in 6G than for consumer. Consumer is very much speed-driven and image-driven and device-driven, as we know. Now, that was a bit the speculation and the theory. Now, concretely, what do? In Nokia, we are flying our own jets, so we are having factories in Ulu, in Chennai, in India, and a lot of others. And we have defined the so-called Nokia Conscious Factory, which is, of course, including wireless connectivity with all the sensors, of course, including all the robotics, the AGV, the remote vehicles, and the digital twin, because we collect all the information in order to make better decisions for tuning the processes. And we do that even in a kind of lab environment, and we call it factory in a box, because factories can be replicated, should be replicated, because that is then even improving the productivity. And what do we want to do? We want to have it, of course, automated, because it's cheaper. We want to have it predictable, so maintenance and predictive maintenance is a key driver for the cost. So we need to reduce that as much as possible. So repairing a machine not too early when it's still working, but also not too late when it's already broken. That's a key use case in enterprises. And then be flexible also by changing the processes as fast as we can, hopefully with the information we have gathered in a digital twin. That is what we call consciousness. So conscious in the sense of what is changing, what can be optimized, what can happen, how can we avoid. This consciousness is what we are putting in the picture of the factory in a box. Now you see already I'm using more and more human terms. So I'm not using technology terms anymore. Consciousness is something what humans are typically doing. So the factory and the AI should be conscious about the entire situation and system. Now, that needs, of course, and that's a bit an in-run to the question how we all here in this room can collaborate. Because there are service providers, there are vendors, there are customers, there is government, ministries all together. And what we need to do is we need to combine all what we have in terms of networks. I put it in the middle of this slide. There are many networks, not only 5G. There is also other available networks. There are microcells, there are macrocells, there are satellite-based systems, pretty fast ramping up. And we need to form a kind of network of networks. In 5G, we call it network slicing. It's standardized. So it's a kind of virtual network on the top of many existing or non-existing to be built networks. Network slicing to have a dedicated network capability set for each use case is a key factor in 5G and especially in enterprise. And we need to make it tunable and manageable. This is on the right side. So this is probably the service recommendation I put on the table here in order to serve enterprises, because enterprises are not always capable of building a new wireless campus network by themselves and also maintaining. They need some support. It can be hosted as network as a service from somewhere, but it needs to be managed. And that should be explained on the right side. I don't go into the details now. And now we are putting together a kind of balance between the human-oriented capabilities and the machine-oriented capabilities. Don't go to the details here, but you see already there is connectivity, there is the cognition, so in which situation, which values are coming in. There is, of course, the multi-cloud environment in order to improve, on the one hand, the safety, security, and privacy. On the other hand, the performance of the calculations. And then there is the openness with the APIs, and last but not least, the sustainability. So human-oriented applications or use cases have different flavors of machine-oriented use cases and applications. And that's why I put here just a few examples of digital twin-oriented enterprise use cases with the traffic patterns. And have a look to it. You see various traffic patterns. It's not always better when it's just faster. We have, in essence, 3-4 minimum criteria for use cases. For example, on low-power sensors, it needs to be very reliable. For video sensors, it needs to be very fast. For mission-critical IoT, it must have very low latency. So you see these capabilities of the network necessary in the metaverse traffic are very diverse. And this is what we have to cope and see what are the best options from the network and also from the digital twin to support that. By the way, it's not only 5G which is supporting that. Also 5G Advanced is coming into the picture because some of these use cases here on this slide are touching even the boundaries of 5G. So have a look at 5G Advanced, and later on, well, maybe not so much later, we speak about the Vision 2033. At that time, there will be 6G, for sure. So we are working already on that. Let's cope with that as well. And now I am a bit closing the loop with Claude Shannon. We speak about intelligence, artificial intelligence, data which is coming in, and we speak about decision making. Enterprise processes, industrial processes, manufacturing processes is always about decision making. Yeah? So changing something, tuning something, repairing something, stopping something, restarting something. And there are different flavors of intelligence, and you see already you read it from left to right, there is more data coming in, but there is also more learning coming in. The more data, the more you learn, but what is missing is when you just let the system learn, the correction factor of the humans. So the role of humans is very important in enterprise. Either they are just doing the control in a manual way, or they are supervising just in a stage when something is not normal, then they are correcting something, or they are supervising in order to improve the learning, which is the right side. So we have to clearly say what is augmented intelligence in order to include the learnings of the humans into the massive more learning of the machines. And then we are closing the system loop and having better outcomes. And the outcomes is always productivity, efficiency, and safety. But this is not such an easy thing, not very linear. And I am closing with the last slide. You don't need to read that. Sorry for that. It's just coming fresh out of the latest research. Which is all about the entropy of the information. We don't need to put much information into the systems. We need to put the right information of the systems, and we need also to put the right decision making out of the system. The system, which I name, is the process plus the digital twin of the same process. So let's think about that. So we are looping in now the criticality of the system with the entropy of the information in order to make better control and decision making of the industrial processes. And now I close with Claude Shannon, because the entropy of information was exactly also part of his work in 1946, and I like to put that glue somehow together. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Herbert. Ladies and gentlemen, the next presentation will be the final one before we go for our last coffee break of the day. This presentation is also by one of our silver partners, Dell Technologies. This presentation will be provided by Hani Khalaf, the CTO of Meta Region at Dell Technologies. He'll be talking to us about delivering intelligence at the edge to enable data-driven cities. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in putting your hands together for Hani Khalaf.
Check. Can you guys hear me? Yes, great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Du. Thank you for IDC for this very exciting event. Lots of talk about technology. I'll be switching gears now, talking about something different. Although many of the things I will mention were mentioned by my previous colleagues, because in the end, technology is technology. I'll be talking to you about something called edge, or in Arabic, al-hawsaba al-tarafiyya, and its importance in driving the intelligence in cities. It is expected that in the next decade, cities will spend on infrastructure more than they have spent in the last 1,000 years. So simply building more infrastructure, making bigger roads, wider roads, bridges, will not work. Urbanization is intensifying now. It is expected in 2050 there will be 7 billion people living in cities. So the solutions we used to have for cities before will not work. We need to think in a different way in how we build infrastructure in the cities, including technology infrastructure. Now we are at an inflection point in technology. So many things are happening. What you see here on the right, actually mentioned by many of my colleagues earlier, is the set of technologies that we see will drive the transformation in the coming years. And if you think about it, all these technologies are all interlinked together. So to do AI, you need data, lots of data. Okay. Data is generated in your data center, in the edge, in remote locations, in the branches, and some of it will be running in the cloud. So you need a multi-cloud strategy. Some data has to be processed where it's generated, and this is what we're going to talk about today, the edge, processing data at the edge. Some applications require ultra-low latency, and that's why 5G is there. But just because we have fast connectivity doesn't mean we need to transfer every data we have to the remote location. Smart cities are built with data. This is the component that builds smart cities. Without data, a city cannot become smart. But cities today are sitting on a lot of data that is scattered everywhere. Okay? So there's a lot of information, or data, but we are lacking knowledge. A city has to process this data, just like crude oil is processed to become useful, to produce outcomes for its citizens and visitors. And these outcomes fall into 4 areas: in experience, efficiency, compliance, and most importantly, security. A smart city cannot be smart unless it is safe and secure. Let's talk now about my favorite trio, I call it. IoT, edge, and data, and how they are related. IoT, mentioned again by doctors earlier now, is everywhere now. It's becoming almost mainstream. We're seeing it in every city. Almost every customer I talk to is embracing IoT or using some form of IoT system. IoT generates data from sensors, okay, which are typically outside your data center, like I said, in the branch, in the street, in remote locations where you were not used to produce and process data. Edge technology is what enables you to process this data where it is created. So this is the trio. How is that related to cities? This trio together enables digital transformation of cities. But for cities to become data-driven, which is the ultimate goal of a smart city, they have to embrace also AI. And AI itself also will use edge technology, as I will be showing you in the next slide. Let's talk about edge now, or حوسبة الطرفية, and why we need this. Like I said, almost every organization, whether it's in retail, manufacturing, smart city, telcos, even telcos themselves, they are producing massive amounts of data in remote locations. In the mobile base stations of a telco, in the retail, in the branches of a bank or a retail shop, cameras and video in the streets for a city. This data is huge, fast, needs to be processed quickly. Now, if we simply take this data and send it to a central location for processing, we are, because of the latency of networks, okay, we will be missing on a lot of the value of this data. And sometimes sending this data doesn't need to happen altogether because maybe that data that we're generating is useless or will not add any value. What do? We introduce what we call an edge processing node, as you see here. This node, which is simply a computer, by the way. It's not, maybe edge is a fancy word. In the end, it's just a computer running Windows or Linux. Typically, it is ruggedized and has some special interfaces. This processing unit takes the data, processes it on the edge using software running on that node, and then sends only the useful information to the back. Okay? That's simply what edge is. Now, don't take my word for it. Why is edge important? These are statistics from IDC. So IDC predicts that organizations will spend, or 74% of organizations will spend on edge infrastructure, increase their spending on edge infrastructure, meaning their investments will not only go to data centers, they will go to edge location, the branches, to the outside the organization. And the interesting one is 800% increase in the applications on the edge. Think of it this way. Typically, what we have been doing always is there is an application, we take the data to process it to the application. What is happening now is a paradigm shift. The application itself is traveling and sitting on the edge node near the data. Okay? So it's a paradigm shift on how data is thought of and processed. Now, why do we need to do this? 5 reasons, actually, to do this. I think there might be more in the future. I think Martin mentioned autonomous cars, right? I disagree with him. I think autonomous cars will be here for the foreseeable future. It's a fact. Now, an autonomous car driving on the highway is actually an edge node. It's a mini data center. Why? Because if that autonomous car, with all the processing, needs to make a decision, it cannot simply take the LiDAR, camera data, sensor data, and send it somewhere and wait for a few milliseconds or seconds for somebody to tell them, turn right or turn left or slow down. It needs to happen where? On the vehicle itself. So autonomous cars are really very good examples of fast decision-making in edge location. The next thing is data minimization, like we said. Not every data I produce in an edge location is useful. Okay? I'm producing it because I'm monitoring the data, but if it is something that is not useful, I will just choose to discard it. Unless I am processing it there, I cannot simply take it to the center location and say, okay, it is unuseful. I've already paid for the transfer. Third reason for this edge processing is anonymization, or securing the data. Typically in IoT systems and in any organization, your data to reach the central location will travel on public networks, which means it is prone to hacking, to somebody tapping into it, looking at it. If you take the data and process it in the edge location before it travels, you're only getting a result of that calculation and traveling on the public network, which makes it very hard for somebody looking at the data to figure out where it came from. Now, the last 2 points are my favorite. AI at the edge. So AI algorithms are developed on massive amounts of data, typically in a data center, let's say. And then I need to apply that AI algorithm, or what we call inferencing. In many applications, the inferencing needs to happen at the edge location. Take video surveillance, for example. If I am, let's say, I have branches, hundreds of branches in the UAE. I have cameras in every branch. I'm counting the number of people. I'm looking at the demographics of customers entering my store. Will I transfer 10 cameras from every store to the back to process it and get this information? No. The AI algorithm, the computer vision algorithm that does this, will run in the Do branch itself, in the Do store. And only the metadata, the useful data from the video, will go back into the back. And lastly, what we call is federated AI. Today, AI is trained on data that is sitting in one place, okay, huge amounts of data. In the future, and actually it is happening now, AI itself will learn from hundreds of locations. The algorithm will be built from bits and pieces in tens of locations or hundreds of locations. All these learnings will come to a central location. The model will be built from all these learnings, and then that model will be pushed back for inferencing to the remote locations. So this is called federated AI learning. Let's talk about now, shift gear about cities. Cities have built infrastructure, organization, systems, smart systems. If you think about it, a city, and that's been proven actually by many cities in the world, a city cannot really be smart unless it takes data from its entities and correlates this data and organizes the data and then tells every organization what's happening, monitors, and does the correlation. If you think of entities in a city or the smart systems in a city, they are really edge locations. Okay? So RTA could be an edge. Dubai Police is an edge as an entity. Okay? DIWA could be another edge. Okay? I cannot simply, to be smart, take data from all these entities and bring them to me to become smart and correlate. It's impossible. What we do is, when we build a smart city and the brain of the city or the central command, what we call an integrated operation center, is we have processing in every entity, taking only useful data from each entity, which is useful to me as a decision maker. Then we gather all this data into a central location for better decisions, faster decisions, and most importantly, correlation between them. Can I send victims from an accident to this hospital or this hospital? Does this hospital have beds? Does it have specialty in burns before I send the victims of an accident to that location? Applications of really edge in cities are everywhere. Computer vision, we mentioned it. This is something that is happening now everywhere. The other day I was talking to a friend. He's telling me the radar, the speed radars now on the highways are processing your license plate and your ticket immediately. So now if you are caught speeding, you are most likely getting the SMS of the ticket within 5 minutes, because the system reads your license plate, extracts the license, goes into the back, looks into your contact information, how much the ticket should be, and then sends you an SMS. This is happening in real time, versus before where you used to wait 2-3 days for the ticket. So now I think Dubai Police and the police is trying to make your life better by giving you the bad news faster. Digital twin is another area. In the cities of the future, we will have digital twins of the buildings of the city connected to that integrated operation center. But again, we simply cannot take data from every building and process it. We need each building to process its own data, okay? And we need to take only useful information from the building. We spoke about autonomous cars, and again, I want to disagree with Martin, because I like the idea of my autonomous car going at night while I'm sleeping and making money. Can I just tell my autonomous car at night when I go home, go and make money? go take orders, deliver people to wherever they want, and make money to me. So in the morning, I've made money from the car while sleeping. And lastly, a very interesting domain also for Edge is healthcare in cities. And simply in healthcare, data, typically in healthcare, when you look at x-rays, is in the terabytes and sometimes in the petabytes of data. Okay? So processing of health data needs to happen where it is generated, where the data is located, before we can make use of it. Thank you very much. I welcome you to visit our booth here to look at digital twin, an example of how we are enabling digital twin in manufacturing, how we are estimating the remaining useful life of a pump using a digital twin platform. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Hani, for that presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go for a very quick 10-minute break, and then we'll come back here again for the final session of the day. Be sure, of course, to enjoy the refreshments and to check out all the different stalls that we have here, our partner booths in the foyer area. I'll see you guys after the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If you guys are still in the foyer area, I'd like to invite you to please come back inside and take your seats. I don't want you guys to miss the session. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is Dr. Dario De Benedictis. He's the Senior Project Manager at the Ministry of Industry and Advanced Technology. Dr. Dario will be talking to us about the Industrial Technology Transformation Index. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together in welcoming Dr. Dario De Benedictis.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests. First of all, big thanks to Du for organizing this wonderful event and to bring you all together here. So I will speak about the Industrial Technology Transformation Index, which you already heard this morning in the words of Her Excellency Sara Lamiri. So what is the ITTI, as we call it? It's our flagship program. A flagship program that, in a nutshell, is creating a tool, has created a tool that enables manufacturers to measure and understand the level of digital maturity of their factories. So the ITTI and the creation of the ITTI sits into the frame of the Operation 300 Billions, which you already heard about again this morning several times, and specifically in its 4 strategic objectives: to build an attractive business environment in the UAE, to create competitive national industries, to position UAE as a leader in for the industries of the future, and to accelerate the adoption of advanced technologies. And it's actually through the adoption of advanced technologies that we believe that the ITTI will be able to uplift, to enhance the productivity, the efficiency, the flexibility, and the sustainability of the local manufacturers. And this is going, of course, to contribute to the mission of the ITTI, which is basically to help, to support, to guide the manufacturers and their partners, so policymakers and technology providers, in defining their journey through digital transformation. And this goes back to the 4 main goals of the ITTI, which is improving the industry competitiveness through the advanced technology adoption, to enable an evidence-based policy-making approach, to accelerate, again, adoption of advanced technologies and innovation of advanced technology innovation in the manufacturing community, and also to support the sustainability and an efficient approach to resource management. So how we did develop the index? The index is basically been developed looking at 5 main principles that informed and are now embedded in the index itself. These 5 main principles are basically the 5 pillars, and so made the index very intuitive, meaning that the index is very easily understandable and very easy to be explained to the manufacturers. It's an insightful tool because basically it gives a very comprehensive perspective and view of the current maturity of the manufacturing enterprises. The index is forward-looking because it includes all the latest Industry 4.0 trends. It's modular because it's basically looking at the relevant categories of manufacturing enterprises. And last but not least, it's very swift. So when we created the index, we didn't want any tool that was disruptive. So the index is swift because it does not disrupt the company's operation. So the index itself is based on the entire manufacturing value chain. And the index is made of 20 different dimensions. And when I talked just briefly before this slide about the modularity, this is what I mean. Every factory, the index is basically going to look at every module or every category or dimension in the factory. That doesn't mean that factories that do not have a specific category will be indexed or will be assessed based on what they're missing. So as you see here, through the entire manufacturing value chain, from, like, for example, the product development, product lifecycle management, up to the customer service, but we also wanted to make sure to embed sustainability in our index. Excuse me. So the index itself is going to look at 5 different levels of maturity. I will go there very, very briefly, but what I mean is basically the index will be enabled through an assessment, and looking at the different categories, at the different level of digital maturity of the factory, we can basically score, and not, it's basically scoring, is not an audit, we'll basically score each a different dimension from 0 to 5. So 0 meaning ad hoc level of maturity, up to self-optimizing. And each one of these 5 elements is basically informed to the manufacturers when the index is explained, meaning that every manufacturer will understand what it means having like a 2 level of maturity for a specific category, what it means, for example, going to level 3, and what it's going to take for the manufacturers to go from level 2 to level 3, or from level 3 to level 4, and so far. So when I say index is something that you're going to measure. So how do we measure the index? So we are measuring the index through assessments. And as per today, we have over 40 certified assessors. Some of them actually also come from DO, that we have carefully selected since we launched the index, and we have trained, and they're able basically to go into the manufacturing enterprises and assess the index and the different dimensions of a firm. So how does it work? It's very, very simple. As I said, the swiftness of the index starts even from the application. So we have a web portal. I will tell you later what the web portal is. So the manufacturer can request, basically can apply for the index assessment on the web portal. It then selects an assessor. On the web portal, there are a list of assessors, the available assessors today, and also we inform about what is the level of their skills, what are they mostly skilled in, what's the sector they've experienced, and so far. After they select the assessors, there will be a preliminary briefing between the manufacturers and the other, all the representatives of the manufacturing enterprises and the assessor. So the industrialist knows what to expect during the assessment day. Then we have the actual assessment day, is usually 1 day. Of course, we do understand that some manufacturers have bigger manufacturing units, so sometimes we need also to tailor. But when I said at the beginning that the index wants to be and is swift, that's what I mean. So the assessment is actually lasting for 1 day, and they would be interviewed all the different elements or the different representatives of the manufacturer and the enterprises. And after the assessment, the assessor goes away. It takes maximum 1 week. It creates basically a report where we'll inform the manufacturers about the scoring. Now, before I go to the 5th steps, where I will inform you about some of the incentives that we manage actually to link to the index, I'll explain you what the manufacturer can expect when it finishes the assessment. So there will be a report. The report is basically created by the assessors, is loaded on the website. And in the report, we can have 2 main elements. The first one is the results of the assessments. In the results of the assessments, there will be an explanation about Industry 4.0 for Industrial Revolution. So the index still wants to inform the manufacturers at what the digital transformation is. There is also, of course, a list of the results of the assessment itself with the company ambitions. So basically, we will have the company scoring for each of the 20 dimensions. And there will be also benchmarks that are applicable for the specific sector. So it's not they are global benchmarks, but for the specific sector, for example, food and beverages or metal and so on. And of course, the company results. So the company can understand if there are specific ambitions they want to jump, for example, from a level 2 to the level 3 or 4, which is the benchmark belonging to the sector. The other element that is actually in the report is the recommendation. And this is I would say, one of the most powerful things of the index and what we did so far with the indexing, with the assessment. At the end of the assessment day, the assessors will sit down together with the manufacturers, trying to understand what are the ambitions of the manufacturers, and after basically flagging the main areas of let's say, improvements that the manufacturer wants to basically put in place, they will discuss what might be the, let's say, the possible elements and how they can push the possible elements and how they can improve from, for example, a level 2 or a level 3 to a level 4 in a specific dimension. This is actually tailored together with the manufacturer. So it's not something that is enforced. It's not like a black box. It's not something that we want to, but it's something that actually a recommendation that the assessors is able to give to the manufacturers. So the recommendations are very much detailed, and they explain what specific technologies, not the brand, or what are the technology or the practices, the solutions that can be implemented in order to step forward and to grow in the digital transformation. Of course, there will be a totally company scores, which is made up from the 20 dimensions that is used and is used today to link the assessment and the scoring with the present incentives that we put in place. So I was showing before the 5 steps, and the last steps was about incentives. I'm talking about here about the incentives, then basically the linkage that we made with the ICV for those companies that apply for the ICV. We basically recently linked the scoring of the index to the ICV, and here you can see a table where you see, on one of the sides, basically on the left-hand side, the score of the index and how much percentage will be given to your company if you reach the specific scoring. So equal or above 60%, for example, you can add up to 5% on the ICV bonus. But this is not the only one. It's not shown in this slide, but there are other 2 elements, and we are trying to link even more. One is, for example, there are incentive schemes that the Abu Dhabi Department of Economic Development is providing linked to the ITTI, which is called the Smart Manufacturing Incentive Scheme. I will invite you, of course, for those who are interested, to reach out to us or the relevant authority discussing this. And also with Do Itself, we are basically launched recently a program when we want to support manufacturers to even to put in place a roadmap. Before concluding with a few information about where to find actually more information about the index, I'll go back to one of the 4 objectives of the Operation 300 Billions and tell you again how important it is to adopt advanced technology, and I would say 4IR solution, because through adoption of advanced technologies, you or the manufacturers will be empowered to put together, let's say, the pieces of this jigsaw, so to improve the competitiveness, to make the company more agile, to have products or services, specifically products that are more customer focused, to improving the customer satisfaction, and also to be more responsive inside the companies, for example, by enhancing collaboration and communication. So, coming to the end of my presentation, I invite you to look for more information on our website, itti.moia.gov.ai. You can also send an email to the email which is here on the right of the slide. And also, if you are ready as a manufacturer to start your digital transformation journey, please scan the QR code. And in any case, just don't hesitate to come to the ministry and to show your interest. We are here to support you and the entire industrial ecosystem. Thank you very much for your attention, and enjoy your day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dario. Ladies and gentlemen, our next presentation will be by one of our silver partners, IBM. Our next speaker is Mustafa Zafar, Vice President of AI and Automation at IBM MEA region. He'll be talking to us about how to overcome the unique challenges and adoption of AI for the public sector during design, development, and deployment. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mustafa Zafar.
Good afternoon. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Thank you for having me here. Let's go back to generative AI. And yes, absolutely, it's a new era. It's a new achievement. It's a new step where we're taking AI in the context of the digital transformation to a completely new level. But let's focus more about enterprises, because there are some dynamics that I want to share with you today. I want to have an open discussion on how do we take generative AI within an enterprise. And more specifically, in my examples today, I'm going to focus a little bit more on government and how do we leverage generative AI within the government organizations. We predict that in the next 2 years, 50% of the AI applications that will be built is going to be generative AI related, not just AI. And that why? Because what happened in the last 2 years was really great in the sense of OpenAI created a huge hype. And thanks to OpenAI, everyone talks about generative AI. Everybody talks about how can AI really help us as individuals. And I think that's a great step that we took psychologically even for us as individuals to accept AI in the way that we're doing business. And at the same time, when we measure it even at the executive level, we believe that today, if I compare it to 2016 when the hype of AI started, more executives knows about generative AI than back in 2016 when people talk about traditional AI, right? So what we have created today is really a hype that actually there's a lot of optimism between the organization that yes, AI can do something different and that can take us to the next step. Yet a very important question after 2 years, is it a hype or it starts to be a reality and we're really executing and implementing application using generative AI? It's a very important question when we put it in the context of an organization, when we put it in the context of an industry, especially in the government or in the telco or in the banking, where they are, those industries are very much regulated. They affect our lives and they affect our businesses and our money. So, few things that we did in several surveys. We believe that through the surveys, we got the following answers for organizations still skeptical in implementing generative AI. And 80%, they believe at least one of those reasons not adopting it to the fullest today is the reason why they're not going full speed with generative AI. At a high level, it's all about trust, right? But a lot of them, they are afraid from explainability. Can I explain how did the outcome happen? How did the answer got created? Can I explain it? Because if we're talking about industries where it's regulated or there are auditors and policies that I need to comply to, I need to explain how did the AI come up with the outcome. A lot of them, they are afraid of ethics. And we start to see a lot of issues coming from borderline IP infringement. Is generative AI going to have a problem with IP or not, right? We start to seeing cases of IP infringement and law cases when it comes to people created something and then gets used within generative AI. Bias is becoming another major problem because, once again, it's all based on the data that gets trained on. Can I ensure that the data that we trained in generative AI was not biased? And then generically, trust. Just psychologically, there's still a trust issue, right? And yes, those are still exist, but having said that, there is a great opportunity in implementing generative AI in the organizations, and of course, government being one of them. But I want to take 3 steps. I want to take 3 criteria or 3 pillars that we need to think about when we implement generative AI. 1, we need to think what is the competitive advantage that generative AI will create for us. Because honestly, that's the basic thing. If there is no competitive advantage that will do for us, it's better not to do it, right? But what is the competitive advantage that will create individually for the organization that we're working for? Number 2, how do we scale it? Yes, it's easy to build a model. It's easy to show a demo. But how do we scale it? And I mean by scaling it, to have access to all the data that I need in order to put it in at work, to put it in production, where I can really leverage it through millions of users and hopefully more. And number 3, how can I trust it? And we discussed basically all the points around trust that actually prohibit or the organization implementing generative AI to the fullest. But if we work on these 3 principles for any project that we're doing with generative AI, then we're absolutely going to be adding a great economical value to our organization. So how do we do it in IBM? In IBM, we took those 3 principles because we want to move the organizations and the enterprises from just adding a technology to the business that they're doing into thinking, and I believe IDC said it in the beginning, is digital first. We believe it's AI first. Can we transform the organization to be an AI first organization? When we think about AI first, of the competitive advantage that's going to create for us and how we're going to add productivity to our employees and deliver value to our customers and our citizens. So that's fundamental in the way that we think about AI. And then, therefore, we launched in the beginning of this year a platform. We call it Watson X. And the platform basically is 3 components that basically address the 3 pillars that we discussed, or the 3 premises of generative AI. WatsonX.ai is the platform where we can build a competitive differentiation using generative AI. By the way, it can be large language model. And by the way, there is more and more large language models being built. There are large language models being built in the UAE, right, for Arabic and so on. There can be from others. Different organizations will build their own. But there are hundreds of other foundational models that has nothing to do with language that actually we can use within the generative AI. How can I take those models, tune it, create a competitive advantage for me, and use it in my organization? How can I build my own in some organization? And how can I take all of that and actually deploy it in my organization? The second part of the platform, which is WatsonX.data, is basically the next step, is how do we scale? And scaling is based on the data. Can I have access to all the data that I need? Not necessarily I have to move it, but can I build an engine that is fit for purpose based on the type of data, the sensitivity of the data, and more importantly, an economical solution that help me provide all the data that I need for my models to be implemented. And number 3, the trust. How can I build, or WatsonX.governance is the part that is responsible for the trust part. It's not only data governance, but more importantly, AI governance. From development, how do I put the right governance in the way that we develop the models, in the way that we train the models, in the way that we put those models into production, and make sure that it still continues with free bias and still continues with accuracy that we're intended from it. And more importantly, and it comes very, very soon, specifically in the UAE, how do we comply to regulations and policies that will be put by the government from a government perspective? All of these things, and within that platform, will answer the 3 pillars of what we believe the good AI for enterprises. So let me move quickly, right? And I want to share with you some examples, right? Before I get to the examples here on the slide, which are government examples, I've got to tell you that there are 5 areas, in general, where you can believe in any industry, generative AI will help. And I'm going to talk about as domains. Domain number 1 is what we call digital labor, right? How can I create what we believe, or I call it personally, how can I create a sidekick for every employee in the organization? Whatever is their department, can be in HR, can be in procurement, can be in legal, can be in sales, can be in customer facing. How can I create an application or a generative AI application that help every employee to do their job better, right? To increase their productivity. That's the digital labor side. The second part where we can leverage generative AI is around customer experience. How can we enhance the customer experience? And in the government case, that's the citizen experience. How can we enhance it using generative AI? The third part is around IT. How do we use AI in IT? Whether by creating code and developing code without without having the skill of development, or whether it's in IT operations, and we use it in managing our IT and data centers. And then there are two other elements or two other domains that is extremely important to use generative AI, and it's common across all industries: sustainability and cybersecurity, right? Because those are two other areas, those are the 5 areas that we believe generative AI can really add a lot of value. I'll take the example here in the government side and see how do we use it, and I chose only 3 domains out of the 5 for the time being. But let's take examples. In the agent or agent workforce assistance, or the digital labor in a government institution. Imagine if a judge wants to have a sidekick to help him scan all the cases that happened in the last 50 years in order to give a better judgment. Imagine a procurement wants to have to get all the insights out of the contracts before they take a decision on procuring or not. Imagine HR, they want to have the right interactions with their employees. Imagine social workers, that they need to have access to tons of data, whether structured or unstructured, in order to give the right services to their citizens. This is all can be done using generative AI. The second part, or the second examples, when we talk about citizen care in the case of government, or customer care in general. How can I give this experience or seamless experience to our citizens when they interact with a government organization to do a certain transactions? How can I help them write directly whatever documents, avail the documents, tell them the know-how, how to do things, even fill in forms for them in order to get their transactions done very fast and very effectively? And then the third example, how do you use it, especially in government? How do you use the generative AI to transform codes, to fill in gaps, skill gaps that exist today, and a lot of applications that has been written with different languages, and how can I use it to transform these applications into new languages and write new code and write new services without the need of a lot of skills? Those are like examples that we are doing today with different organizations across the globe and in the UAE and in the Middle East to help them use generative AI within an enterprise. I'll stop here, and I hope I added to your knowledge about generative AI a little bit, and please feel free to connect with me after this presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mustafa. Ladies and gentlemen, for our next session, we have another panel discussion titled Drones and Robotics, Redefining Infrastructure Management. To moderate this panel discussion, I would like to invite Abu Mustafa, head of LE Government and Key Accounts segment of DO. I would also like to invite the panel members, Andrew Hanna, the CEO of Zaintech, and Mele Kirkcause, Senior Director of Solutions Architecture at Fortinet. Gentlemen.
Thank you, audience, for your attention. I have good news for you. We are the one before last to close the day. So this is good news. So please keep focused with us, because we are going to discuss a very interesting topic in this panel. So we are going to explore the transformative potential of what? Drones and robotics in the context of infrastructure management. We will dig into how these technologies are developing, the way that we can see now how to monitor, maintain, and optimize critical infrastructure assets. Drones and robotics now are reshaping the future of infrastructure landscape. Our experts now, I need to welcome them, and they will share their insights, use cases, best practices, success stories, as well as visions when it comes to implementing these critical solutions and technologies in the real life. Before going for the panel discussion, I want to just mention some stats and facts. The number of global IoT connections is expected to reach 16 billion active endpoints this year. This is as per IoT analytics. The global drone services market size is projected to grow from $18.9 billion to $189 billion US dollars by 2030. And this is as per Fortune Business Insights. The global industrial robotics market was valued at $26.5 billion in 2022 and is expected to expand at a CAGR of 10.5 from 23 to 30. This is as per Grandview Research. Andrew, Zentech is a regional digital and ICT solutions provider operating in 8 countries in the region, delivering a full suite of digital and ICT services to accelerate digital transformation with all sizes of enterprises and the government. In your opinion, at what level do you see your customers now when it comes to the implementation of such technologies like drones and robotics in managing their assets?
Sure. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. You realize we're the only thing preventing them from lunch, so I have to be very quick. Look, thank you for the opportunity to be here. We're seeing different companies and different customers with the Zain footprint and with Zentech's footprint across 7 or 8 countries where Zain is present. We're seeing customers all the way from government, large enterprise, different industries are taking a different approach to infrastructure management. And really the way that we are positioning drones and robotics for us is an infrastructure management tool that generates a new way for us to do things, for customers to do things. So we're seeing oil and gas, we're seeing real estate, we're seeing various asset-heavy organizations very much relying on this. Different industries have a different reliance. So I can tell you, for example, oil and gas is extremely reliant on drones and robotics in terms of inspections, in terms of turnarounds that they do to minimize sending out physical inspectors. We're seeing also asset management, tower companies, infrastructure companies also taking that adoption to the next level. Different countries have adopted in a different way. Obviously, without going into details, but it's obvious. Some countries are very much more advanced into that space with their industries. But we're seeing that traction rapidly expand day in and day out. And also the type of equipment is changing. So we're seeing traction on the type of equipment that we're able to use in terms of inspection of pipelines, inspection of towers, very obviously remote areas, equipment that can fly for long distances, much more longer, so they can do more missions and come back. So we're seeing that, but the bottom line is about efficiency, is about safety. Obviously, the human aspect of it is very, very important. Cost reduction, goes without saying. But then the data that the drones and the robots are able to gather and the way that they gather that is completely different. And that leads us into another discussion around the data and how that's being used, but very much a data collection tool.
Continue with you, Andrew. So how do you see the 5G is accelerating this kind of adoption rate? Because we see Zentech is one of very few taking the leads in the region by implementing many use cases over the 5G.
Sure. Look, it goes without saying, 5G and 6G with the IoT capability, how you use IoT to gather data and how you can obviously use networks to gather that data becomes extremely important. We're seeing a lot of traction into that. There's not a lot of traction on the private 5G networks, but that is coming, and we're seeing that a little bit right now. But more so, the networks that we're on top of, obviously Zain in most of the countries, we're seeing customers coming in and saying, how do we utilize more and more IoT solutions that can enhance infrastructure management for us? So we're working with some critical partners at the moment that are very much using 5G, but other obviously spectrum for IoT that allows them to gather a lot of data, that allows them to analyze it in close to real time as possible and make some decisions, very mission critical decisions on the spot as well.
On time. Okay, thank you, Andrew, for this. So, Meli, so when it comes to the 16 billion internet-connected endpoints, and see Andrew now mentioned the adoption rate acceleration moving on and trigger many aspects of the infrastructure. So everything is coming to our minds is the threats coming to those. So Fortinet is a leader in the evolution of cybersecurity and the convergence of networking and security. More than 680,000 customers trust Fortinet solutions. As now IT solutions get integrated with OT operations and the cyber and the physical control systems converged, now the possible threats being more critical. What do you think?
Yeah, sure. The convergence of IT and OT obviously brings many benefits to business, smart factories, manufacturing, all this kind of list goes on. But like you mentioned, on the other hand, unfortunately, it brings the IT inherent cyber threats into the critical infrastructure, the OT environments. And the language and the implementation of cybersecurity measures, although the threats are similar, is different between IT and OT networks. So if we can think of, first of all, like you said, through 5G, 6G enabled industrial IoT revolution, the attack surface is expanding drastically. So, and these devices are not only communicating within a limited environment, closed environment. They need to talk with IT systems, with cloud providers, all these to get benefit of this transformation in the digital side. So this means, first of all, we need to take care of all these expanded attack surface. The visibility is very paramount here. And of course, these systems require remote support, remote assistance. So we need to take care of the authorization for the remote access use cases as well. And these technologies work with very different supply chain vendors, providers. So the suppliers, their inherent security issues becomes your issues at the end of the day. So you need to take care of, you need to look to them like an external hacker. You need to understand their current security posture, if they are targeted to any critical threat, if they are bringing any vulnerability into your environment, you need to monitor and take proactive measures on that side as well. Supply chain is a critical vector these days. And also, ransomware, which is a very popular IT world threat, is becoming very prominent in the OT world as well, because the ransom you get out of an OT ransomware case is much more higher than an IT-related case, because you're not just disrupting digital communication. This can be catastrophic results, human life, environmental issues, the critical infrastructure, hence the name, is very important. So the IT threats, we need to think about them that can happen on the OT side as well. And of course, we need to prevent, take measures, we will talk about maybe in the next question, to address all these convergence-related issues with a shift in our mindset when looking into cybersecurity.
Andrew mentioned the adoption rate of the implementation of such a technology is accelerating.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think now the adoption rate of the threats awareness is increasing as well?
Yeah, I think so. Actually, I like to say not cybersecurity, but cyber resilience when we are talking about operational technology. Because at the end of the day, you will face an incident, you will have a breach, but the important thing is to identify, to detect it as early as possible, and to isolate it, to prevent its spread around, to make a more catastrophic impact. That's also, you need to comply with many regulatory requirements. You need to comply with standards, best practices, sometimes local, sometimes global. And all these issues, yes, are accelerated with the adoption of these technologies. And it is good that there are many best practices created around addressing these threats for critical infrastructures. There are models like IEC 62443, Purdue model, and there are many directives from Europe, United States, or local regulations, NIS, NIS2. These kind of awareness is very important to address these threats, I think.
Thank you. Andrew, so you mentioned the acceleration mainly in oil and gas and other segments. How can drones and robotics can leverage in infrastructure management? Not in the infrastructure itself, but the infrastructure management.
This is, I think, where you're combining data
within, I mean, obviously the data and the information to be able to provide you with real-time capabilities and actions to rectify a situation. So combining IoT sensors, combining the drones, analyzing the data you're collecting from towers or infrastructure or pipes or oil and gas refineries, whatever it may be. If you're able to pinpoint maintenance requirements immediately or in a reasonably fast manner, then you're able to obviously analyze that through large amounts of data, through obviously the combination of AI, analytics, and then you feed it into also a management system that allows you to make decisions reasonably quickly, where you can send somebody to a site or to a pipe to do the maintenance that is required. That's the simplest way of saying it, really. I mean, obviously, it's there's a lot more work behind it than that, but that's how companies are utilizing it, as opposed to sending a car or a truck or a helicopter out and then taking pictures, bringing those pictures back. By the time you put them in, you analyze them. Now the drones have got the payload on them. You're able to analyze through very different cameras, obviously, that can analyze in real time, pull that data in, feed it into real-time into systems that are able to give you real-time information where you can go and act upon it. You could just see the time difference in between the old way of doing things and a more efficient way from a maintenance management, infrastructure maintenance management, would make a huge difference.
You mentioned real time, and now it seems we have all the ingredients. So from the access, we have the 5G, even moving the data center to the edge, and having AI can support in immediate actions taken. Where do you think the bottleneck when it comes to the real-time decision making now?
I guess just a matter of, I think, probably the data processing element of it. There is that gap and the jam, the bottleneck is becoming smaller and smaller. I honestly think it's just a capacity issue that gets resolved on a regular basis. I don't think it's I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing, before it was more about the analysis, the amount of data, but now with AI, the amount of data and the amount of terabytes that can be analyzed extremely quickly, especially when it's automated, I think is really relieving and removing the bottleneck potential. So I'm not seeing a great deal of that right now.
Excellent. Thank you. So Meli, there is no bottleneck, no challenges, infrastructure now up to speed, real time, and you mentioned big potential of threats.
Yeah.
How can we secure now? So in what way is Fortinet supporting customers to address the security needs?
Fortinet believes in convergence of networking and security for many years, and the vision embodies itself in what we call a cybersecurity platform that we call Security Fabric. And the good thing when we talk about OT side is our Security Fabric is aware of OT as well. This is very important because the protocols, the deployments, everything is different in OT. So what we mainly talk about cybersecurity in OT side, when it comes to OT, it's safety. It's a different concept. So you need to analyze, collect data differently, implement differently, so that's deploy differently. That means the company that's taking care of these systems should understand OT itself. Fortinet has a dedicated OT organization coming from many experienced people from industrial vendors, and it's a different organization set in our side. And our CEOs mentioned that one of the key strategies to focus on is OT. So this is very important. So how do we implement these technologies to OT? Let's talk about it a bit. So first of all, the visibility is very critical. We talked about the expanded attack surface, many different technologies. The new ones like robotics, AI-driven technologies, but also there are many legacy systems running in OT environments, critical infrastructures for many years, unpatched, even sometimes unrebooted for many years. So we need to keep a balance here. And for the ones that you cannot install on any agent or patch or do any maintenance, you need to provide what we call a virtual patch. It's a shield. So this is how we apply. We understand the vulnerabilities of these devices for the known vulnerabilities, and we basically proactively protect them, virtually shield them against vulnerabilities, because you cannot upgrade or update them. That's the first thing. And the other thing is you need to discover all the assets, from cameras to robots to everything running inside a critical infrastructure. This is where network access control technology, our Fortinet tool, comes into play. It passively identifies all these environments, devices, and it integrates with our next generation firewall, and together they create what we call a segmentation. So it segments the network based on the assets it discovers. Because this is very critical, because if someone gets inside, if it's a flat network, like consider a big house, there's no lock between the doors, you can move around. So that's what we want to prevent first. And of course, we create a boundary between IT and OT networks with next generation firewall. That's one of the first steps as well. And we have unique technologies around what we call deception. So the idea here is, since we cannot install agents everywhere in this critical environments, what we do is we use, again, passive discovery methods using machine learning, and then the deception platform suggests you which kind of decoys, fake assets you should put in your network. The idea here is to expand the asset environment, so if someone gets inside, we are expecting them to hit the fake decoys. And it creates like an early detection system. And once you detect it, it's a very high fidelity alert. It can integrate with NAC, it can integrate with security operations, same sort technologies, and you can isolate threat as early as possible. And it's very, let's say, effective way of identifying threats early in this stage. And also, if some payload is moving around, like Andrew mentioned, then we can analyze it through sandboxing technologies, which is you basically run the file, the executable, in a safe environment, understand what it does, and if it's doing something malicious, you can take action, you can inform all the assets together in your environment, and you can prevent the threat from spreading around for the later stages. And also, the remote access is a very critical piece. We have technology, what we call zero trust network access, which means we don't trust anything unless we identify, authorize it, and if the security posture fits our predefined rules, we only allow it to communicate then. And we also have privileged access monitoring technologies that records all the session, everything that the remote access session is being done for forensic analysis, or you can intervene whenever you want. So this is to provide a zero trust secure access to critical environments as well. And everything, all this segmentation, all this detection, intelligence, comes to what we call OT SecOps, so SIEM and SOAR basic technologies. SIEM collects not only from Fortinet environment, but from other technologies as well. It's a multi-vendor solution. And it helps you to correlate, map it to industry standards, right, like MITRE ICS framework. So it categorizes assets based on Purdy levels. And if something communicates with something it should not, let's say for a device in level 2, a PLC tries to communicate with something in the IT network, it can create an alert. And all this intel is collected on the SOAR side, security orchestration platform, and it can basically take action based on the recommended actions. It can use machine learning. It can provide ready playbooks based on the tactics they discover, these detection tools discover. So you can take reaction on the NAC system, on the firewall, on NAC, I don't know, whatever, switch, whatever you want to take action. So the idea here is to continuously collect this data, analyze it, look for anomalies, and if something happens that shouldn't be, take a reaction.
Interesting. So it seems Fortinet is super ready for this revolution. So reaching the closing of the panel, so what are the 2 or 3 points of advice, let's continue with you, Meli, that you would like to give to our audience if they are looking to incorporate more drones and robotics into their operations?
Yeah, first of all, we talked about many different technologies, and it's a platform approach. They should be integrated also. It's very important, but the other important thing is we're not the only one in the environment. We need to be connected with third-party vendors, other solutions as well. So this is what we call fabric-ready ecosystem. So we have more than 500 integrations with different IT and OT technologies to collect data from them, to share threat intelligence. So this is like a universal ecosystem. This is very important. So whenever you make a decision investing in a technology, always consider this in mind. So the integration, the teamwork is very important. And the second thing is we also provide the customers through our experience in operational technology and IT world as well, what we call the OT assessment services. Through our professional systems, we sit together with the customer, analyze their environment, understand their current security posture, and provide them actionable insights based on industry standards, best practices, so the customer can see a roadmap on how to improve overall security posture.
Thank you, Mary. So same for you, Andrew. So he mentioned the ecosystem and the third parties. So what is the main 2 or 3 advice from your end to the audience?
Just very simply, think about drones and robotics from a data collection point of view, not, how can you use them in a more efficient manner when you're talking to your customers, when you're talking to your partners, and that opens up a different discussion. Really, it's as simple as that. It's the technology is advanced so much recently that I think we are able to service a lot of industries that a few years ago we were not able to. So I think that triggers a discussion of exploration. Can we use this in a different manner? Can we utilize drones and robotics in a more efficient and effective way as opposed to traditional means? That's it.
For them, it will be easy to see the ROI?
Very easy. It's a direct ROI efficiency.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. So please, let's give a big round of applause to our audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for the final session of today's agenda where we'll have a fireside chat. The session is titled Agritech, Know Your Food, Tech-Enabled Quality Assurance and Traceability in Agribusiness. To moderate this fireside chat, I would like to invite to the stage Taranjeet Singh Bamra, the CEO and founder of AgNext. And I would also like to invite Jeffrey Chewy, the managing partner and head of advisory at the Hashgraph Advisory. Ladies and gentlemen, please give these 2 gentlemen a round of applause.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I think the smell of food is very good outside, so everyone is waiting for that. But I thought we can talk about food before the smell of food kicks in. I was just coming from London, and this was one of the picks I picked up. Responsibly sourced fish. Food security, food safety, it's so important for UAE and for the world in the post-COVID era where supply chains were broken. And it has impacted, and everyone has to question about, what is the food sustainability for the country. And it is the need in order to now link supply chains, and agriculture needs to link with the food. So as food moves, whether it comes from Rwanda, it comes from Romania, or it comes from Ras Al Khaimah, any food that is on your plate, it needs to be digitally traced. And the benefits of digitally traced is just not about tracing the origin and the movement, but also adding huge amount of savings for food losses that happen in the food chain. And in a future world for our future generations, it's very important for us to build such technologies. And you will be amazed to know that AgNext, a company I mean, first of all, we are thankful to bring two technology companies under one roof and talk about food. And Agnext is a UAE-invested company which is building a world-class technology on food traceability, but linking it with food losses that happens. And we have an amazing company here, Hedera, led by Jeff.
Thanks.
It's coming from the Swiss Alps, invested by Google, IBM, you name the best tech companies. They are invested in Hedera, which has scaled from, I think, to around 8 billion transactions per day. So it's the world's largest.
Actually, we just crossed 20 billion yesterday.
Wow.
So
20 billion transactions. That is just beyond even thinking about such a large company, tech company, building something greater, not just in food chains, but across the globe for multiple supply chains. So strengthening your food plate, that is what the topic, I think, is what there. So let us understand from Jeff, what's the technology, and probably we take it from there.
Okay. Well, look, so when we look at this image behind us, it's all about trust. Certain components within the infrastructure need to exist. And many people have talked about IoT, smart contracts, blockchain, sensors, etc. But in order for this to scale properly, trust at scale, all of these components need to come together. And working very closely with Agnext, our decentralized organization, has not only funded some of the activities, but also brought the best of our enterprise-grade technologies and fit it on top of the business problem that you're trying to solve. Yeah. So I'm very excited to maybe go a little bit deeper into Industry 4.0 infrastructure. So yeah, go ahead.
I think the audience is wondering what is Hedera and how does it relate to Industry 4.0 and food traceability with Agnext. So would you like to highlight that?
Sure. Hedera is a really funny and interesting concept, right? We are a protocol. We're an enterprise DLT. DLT and blockchain usually use two words interchangeably. Our organization, as I said earlier, is decentralized. So we have entities who are providing support. I look after the ventures program. And then also, we have a very focused product development suite. Because we are an enterprise protocol, it's very important for the packaging of the technology to be easily integrated into the ecosystems within these large enterprises. Yeah. Overall, I think many people have heard of Bitcoin. Many people have heard of Ethereum. Hedera is that third generation. So in 2018, when we launched the protocol on mainnet, we focused very closely on scalability and proof of stake. I won't get into the technology too deeply in this context, but do understand that there is a separation between the retail side of blockchain, and what most people know as cryptocurrencies, with the enterprise use cases in which blockchain can facilitate, including things such as supply chain management.
Yeah. Yep. So you say Hedera is an enterprise-focused decentralized network. What makes Hedera attractive for businesses?
Yeah. So overall, Hedera itself, like many other DLT and blockchain solutions, has a consensus mechanism that offers the ability to have a decentralized ability to compute transactions. The other thing is the smart contract or tokenization. Many conversations today I've heard from the IoT side as well as from the digital twin, metaverse, augmented reality are all into this category of function. And then of course with that token service, you bring the infrastructure together and you can have multiple different use cases. Now, building blocks on top of that technology are also known as the stablecoin infrastructure. We also have the decentralized identity solutions, tokenization of real-world or digital assets, and this forms that first layer in which a problem solution could be built by a company like Agnext, or what's called a decentralized application on top. another key thing, right? There's the performance. Our consensus mechanism is quite novel. We actually also reach the highest level of security when it comes to a blockchain infrastructure. And then also from a stability perspective, it's predictable, right? Companies, what they need to know is they need to model their transactions to understand their bottom and top lines. If you have a cryptocurrency that moves up and down in volatility and price, it's very difficult for the treasury departments and the accounting departments, finance departments to actually make a business case to adopt that specific protocol. So we've pegged all of our transactions, regardless of the token price, to a fixed USD rate for all of our transaction activities. So that's underlying basic, and you compare us to many other protocols, you'll find the same. But what makes us really, really special is the two on the left, the governance and sustainability. I think earlier you said some of the leading companies that we are involved in. So from a from a corporate governance perspective, our protocol is governed by many of the large corporations around the world. And this is quite unique because not only do these corporations operate and secure the network, they sign transactions, as well as participating with each other to make decisions on behalf of the best of the network. And it's a business network for businesses. And that's actually quite unique. And last thing, from a sustainability perspective, we are definitely the lowest carbon footprint. In fact, we're very committed to becoming net zero. So.
Wow. So what we are saying is carbon dollars to be, accumulated by using this technology in your food chains.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah? Great.
So maybe I want to double click a little bit more. Right?
Yeah.
So I talked about the technology. I talked about how Hedera's been supporting. I'm very interested in food traceability.
Yeah.
And then specifically, how you are applying our technology alongside your process with partners such as Do and other ecosystem players to come up with a solution for food traceability.
See, the whole story starts with very simple. Every food has its story. So as it moves from the farm to the plate, at every transaction, whenever it is being bought, it is a function of two things: how much quantity you are buying and what is the quality you are buying. The issue with, and in you can say every year, around $10 trillion worth of food is bought and sold in this world. 1% or just 100 billion of losses just happens because the value is not digitized, because the quality is not digitized. If you see that for a farmer, 6 months of efforts are paid in just 6 minutes by subjective evaluation. So that leads to more than 20 to 30% of value loss. When we talk about warehousing globally in agri-value chains, 20 to 30% of food losses happens because the quality estimation of where food losses are happening is not digital. You need sensors in order to, find out this and take actions accordingly. Similarly, when we talk about manufacturing of food, you will see that almost 5 to 10% of food travels to get rejected. And this is huge loss for everyone because I call it the dollar ton losses, because it travels and it gets rejected. And then you have processing, and the largest thing is that today adulteration food is a huge issue in every country. So if you're not digitizing quality, it leads to losses across the value chain. And the single line is, how can you digitize quality? So if you see, next slide, the traditional ways of doing quality estimations are extremely manual, or they are in the labs which are very far away. So you need IoT, or you need technologies that can analyze food in less than 1 minute in order to, ensure your food is traced and analyzed on the spot. And that is what Agnext has built in order to ensure that every transaction is digitized. Go to the next slide. Just to give you an example, so if you're buying, let's say, wheat, there are almost 14 kinds of wheat quality parameters, which through AI and IoT, we are able to establish in less than 1 minute. If it were to be done anywhere else, it will take more than 4 to 5 days for the results to come in. Now, when you do that, you are able to take a transaction, you are able to fasten your supply chain, and you are able to make the entire supply chain digital. This is what is the science of Agnext and the technology of Hedera, and the vision of Do, if I may say, of combining these three things together. And we want to implement that in multiple food chains globally, because spices, grains, herbs, you name any value chain, and they need this technology to assess and digitally transact and ensure food sustainability to be entirely digital. So this is a totally unique combination using AI, IoT, and the advent of Hedera. And I would again mention the vision of Do, in order to solve something which has a greater good for the nation and for the world. And we are very proud to say that this will originate from UAE, because this technology, after one of the big investments happened in Agnext, this is what we will scale from here to other parts of the world. So I think we should be very proud of, at least we are proud of, being part of this story, and look forward that we take this from UAE to global parts of the world. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, as we finish the session out today, if you have any recommendations, or do you have a call to action for food sustainability, agri-tech, on blockchain and with digital transformation technologies?
I think the bigger thing is that this is one of the biggest technologies that can evolve from this region, because the investment in post-harvest is one of the highest, and investment in pre-harvest agriculture is the highest from this region. So post-harvest, every supply chain, if we deploy this technology together, I think we will be literally digitizing every food chain, whether it's shipping from Malaysia to Switzerland or shipping from Kenya to UAE. So the more we put this technology, I think more and more enterprises will be part of it. More and more trade bodies will be part of it. So the idea is, can we scale this not just in UAE, but across the globe? And this will also lead to better investments in agriculture globally. So I think my call to action is, let's take this forward and implement this as a technology from UAE going to multiple food chains, not just in UAE, but globally.
Great. I think we're right on time. So thank you, everyone.
Oh, yes.
And, yeah, enjoy.
Thank you. Any questions? Do we have to? No. Okay. Thank you very much.
All right, we're just going to have a photo opportunity. So if we'll just make our way up to the stage for the photo op, and then we'll have the closing remarks and open the buffet, and you guys can all enjoy the lunch. But for now, this is the photo op. All right, Jasim, just before you go, I think we'd like to hear your closing remarks, and then we'll be off to lunch. Jasim, the closing remarks, over to you.
Good. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Honestly, good times passes really quickly. When I looked into my watch now, I saw it's around 3. So this shows that we had really good time, we had fun, we shared a lot of information. I would like to thank everyone. I think it is really amazing to see a dream comes to reality. For me, as an individual, I always dreamt to build a platform that will connect the public sector with the private sector, with international partners, And today, seeing it in real life, it's really overwhelming and something that I cannot maybe digest easily and will stay with me for a long time. That shows with will, we can collaborate, we can do great stuff with each other. Having all our partners here today, our customers, building this platform that hopefully will happen year on year. Every year we'll discuss things that are related to the industry, that will be good for the nation, that will take us to the next level, is something quite fascinating. Thank you all. Thanks to our partners. I would like to thank them one by one. Thanks to, if you can, you're not having that slide? Fine, technical stuff may have. Yeah, it is there, yeah? I would like to thank Huawei. I would like to thank HP and Alpha Data. AWS and Atos. Fortinet. Nokia as well. Ngram, IBM. Zaintech. Dell Technologies, MDS. Cloud Blue. Thank you all. Looking into the list of partners here, hopefully next year we'll have more. This is not a normal partnership event where we just have a normal pitch. It's a platform where all those partners will put the best when it comes to technology in order to deliver something for the society, for the country, for the nation by itself. All of us should be proud here. I would like to thank personally the team who was behind this event. Sorry if I will not mention names because I may miss someone, but thanks to all employees who are involved in this. Thanks to the organizers, partners, people sitting there, and thank you for bearing out with me. I'm a picky guy. We went through a lot of details, but today you guys nailed it. Thank you to our MC. You are really, you bring a lot of life and a lot of energy, and hopefully we see you next year. I will not consume more time. I know you guys are hungry because I am hungry as well. Please enjoy the buffet, enjoy your lunch, and see you next year. Shukran.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, Mr. Jassim. Thank you all very much. We're going to have a group photo opportunity. So let's make our way here, all the speakers, ladies and gentlemen.